This is section 60 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Morals and Memory by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. Mr. Clemens was the guest of honor at a reception held at Barnard College, Columbia University, March 7, 1906, by the Barnard Union. One of the young ladies presented Mr. Clemens and thanked him for his amiability in coming to make them an address. She closed with the expression of the great joy it gave her fellow collegians, "Because we all love you."
If any one here loves me, she has my sincere thanks. Nay, if any one here is so good as to love me, why, I'll be a brother to her. She shall have my sincere, warm, unsullied affection. When I was coming up in the car with the very kind young lady who was delegated to show me the way, she asked me what I was going to talk about, and I said I wasn't sure. I said I had some illustrations, and I was going to bring them in. I said I was certain to give those illustrations, but that I hadn't the faintest notion what they were going to illustrate. Now, I've been thinking it over in this forest glade, indicating the woods of Arcady on the scene setting, and I've decided to work them in with something about morals and the caprices of memory. That seems to me to be a pretty good subject. You see, everybody has a memory, and it's pretty sure to have caprices. And, of course, everybody has morals. It's my opinion that every one I know has morals, though I wouldn't like to ask. I know I have, but I'd rather teach them than practice them any day. Give them to others, that's my motto. Then you never have any use for them when you're left without. Now, speaking of the caprices of memory in general, and of mine in particular, it's strange to think of all the tricks this little mental process plays on us. Here we're endowed with a faculty of mind that ought to be more supremely serviceable to us than them all. And what happens? This memory of ours stores up a perfect record of the most useless facts and anecdotes and experiences, and all the things that we ought to know, that we need to know, that we'd profit by knowing, it casts aside with the careless indifference of a girl refusing her true lover. It's terrible to think of this phenomenon. I tremble in all my members when I consider all the really valuable things that I've forgotten in 70 years, when I meditate upon the caprices of my memory. There's a bird out in California that is one perfect symbol of the human memory. I've forgotten the bird's name, just because it would be valuable for me to know it, to recall it to your own minds, perhaps. But this fool of a creature goes around collecting the most ridiculous things you can imagine and storing them up. He never selects a thing that could ever prove of the slightest help to him, but he goes about gathering iron forks and spoons and tin cans and broken mouse-traps, all sorts of rubbish that is difficult for him to carry and yet be any use when he gets it. Why, that bird will go buy a gold watch to bring back one of those patent cake pans. Now, my mind is just like that, and my mind isn't very different from yours, and so our minds are just like that bird. We pass by what would be of inestimable value to us, and pack our memories with the most trivial odds and ends that never by any chance, under any circumstances whatsoever, could be of the slightest use to anyone. Now, things that I have remembered are constantly popping into my head, and I am repeatedly startled by the vividness with which they recur to me after the lapse of years, and their utter uselessness in being remembered at all. I was thinking over some on my way up here. They were the illustrations I spoke about to the young lady on the way up, and I've come to the conclusion, curious though it is, that I can use every one of these freaks of memory to teach you all a lesson. I'm convinced that each one has its moral, and I think it's my duty to hand the moral on to you. Now, I recall that when I was a boy, I was a good boy. I was a very good boy. Why, I was the best boy in my school. I was the best boy in that little Mississippi town where I lived. The population was only about 20 million. You may not believe it, but I was the best boy in that state, and in the United States for that matter. But I don't know why I never heard anyone say that but myself. I always recognized it, but even those nearest and dearest to me couldn't seem to see it. My mother especially seemed to think there was something wrong with that estimate, and she never got over that prejudice. Now, when my mother got to be 85 years old, her memory failed her. She forgot little threads that hold life's patches of meaning together. She was living out west then, and I went on to visit her. I hadn't seen my mother in a year or so, and when I got there she knew my face, knew I was married, knew I had a family, and that I was living with them. But she couldn't for the life of her tell my name or who I was. So I told her I was her boy. "But you don't live with me," she said. "No," said I, "I'm living in Rochester." "What are you doing there?" "Going to school." "Large school?" "Very large." "All boys?" "All boys." "And how do you stand?" said my mother. "I'm the best boy in that school," I answered. "Well," said my mother, with a return of her old fire, "I'd like to know what the other boys are like." Now, one point in this story is the fact that my mother's mind went back to my school days and remembered my little youthful self-prejudice when she'd forgotten everything else about me. The other point is the moral. There's one there that you will find if you search for it. Now, here's something else I remember. It's about the first time I ever stole a watermelon. Stole is a strong word. Stole? Stole. No, I don't mean that. It was the first time I ever withdrew a watermelon. It was the first time I ever extracted a watermelon. That is exactly the word I want. Extracted. It is definite. It is precise. It perfectly conveys my idea. Its use in dentistry connotes the delicate shade of meaning I am looking for. You know, we never extract our own teeth. And it was not my watermelon that I extracted. I extracted that watermelon from a farmer's wagon while he was inside negotiating with another customer. I carried that watermelon to one of the secluded recesses of the lumber yard, and there I broke it open. It was a green watermelon. Well, do you know, when I saw that I began to feel sorry. 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 It seemed to me that I had done wrong. I reflected deeply. I reflected that I was young. I think I was just 11. But I knew that, though immature, I did not lack moral advancement. I knew what a boy ought to do who had extracted a watermelon like that. I considered George Washington, and what action he would have taken under similar circumstances. Then I knew there was just one thing to make me feel right inside, and that was restitution. So I said to myself, I will do that. I will take that green watermelon back where I got it from. And the minute I had said it, I felt that great moral uplift that comes to you when you've made a noble resolution. So I gathered up the biggest fragments, and I carried them back to the farmer's wagon, and I restored the watermelon, what was left of it, and I made him give me a good one in place of it, too. And I told him he ought to be ashamed of himself going around working off his worthless old green watermelons on trusting purchasers who had to rely on him. How could they tell from the outside whether the melons were good or not? That was his business. And if he didn't reform, I told him I'd see that he didn't get any more of my trade, nor anybody else's I knew, if I could help it. You know, that man was as contrite as a revivalist's last convert. He said he was all broken up to think I'd gotten a green watermelon. He promised that he would never carry another green watermelon if he starved for it, and he drove off a better man. Now, do you see what I did for that man? He was on a downward path, and I rescued him. But all I got out of it was a watermelon. Yet I'd rather have that memory, just that memory of the good I did for that depraved farmer, than all the material gain you can think of. Look at the lesson he got. I never got anything like that from it, but I ought to be satisfied. I was only 11 years old, but I secured everlasting benefit to other people. The moral in this is perfectly clear, and I think there's one in the next memory I'm going to tell you about. To go back to my childhood, there's another little incident that comes to me from which you can draw even another moral. It's about one of the times I went fishing. You see, in our house there was a sort of family prejudice against going fishing if you hadn't permission. But it would frequently be bad judgment to ask, so I went fishing secretly, as it were, way up the Mississippi. It was an exquisitely happy trip, I recall, with a very pleasant sensation. Well, while I was away there was a tragedy in our town. A stranger stopping over on his way east from California was stabbed to death in an unseemly brawl. Now, my father was justice of the peace, and because he was justice of the peace he was coroner, and since he was coroner he was also constable, and being constable he was sheriff, and out of consideration for his holding the office of sheriff he was likewise county clerk and a dozen other officials I don't think of just this minute. I thought he had power of life or death, only he didn't use it over other boys. He was sort of an austere man. Somehow I didn't like being round him when I'd done anything he disapproved of, so that's the reason I wasn't often around. Well, when this gentleman got knifed, they communicated with the proper authority, the coroner, and they laid the corpse out in the coroner's office, our front sitting-room, in preparation for the inquest the next morning. About 9 or 10 o'clock I got back from fishing. It was a little too late for me to be received by my folks, so I took my shoes off and slipped noiselessly up the back way to the sitting-room. I was very tired, and I didn't wish to disturb my people, so I groped my way to the sofa and lay down. Now, I didn't know anything of what had happened during my absence, but I was sort of nervous on my own account, afraid of being caught, and rather dubious about the morning affair, and I had been lying there a few moments when my eyes gradually got used to the darkness, and I became aware of something on the other side of the room. It was something foreign to the apartment. It had an uncanny appearance, and I sat up looking very hard and wondering what in heavens this long, formless, vicious-looking thing might be. First I thought I'd go and see. Then I thought, never mind that. Mind you, I had no cowardly sensations whatever, but it didn't seem exactly prudent to investigate. But I somehow couldn't keep my eyes off the thing, and the more I looked at it, the more disagreeably it grew on me. But I was resolved to play the man, so I decided to turn over and count 100, and let the patch of moonlight creep up and show me what the dickens it was. I turned over and tried to count, but I couldn't keep my mind on it. I kept thinking of that gruesome mass. I was losing count all the time, and going back and beginning over again. Oh, no, I wasn't frightened, just annoyed. But by the time I'd gotten to the century mark I turned cautiously over and opened my eyes with great fortitude. The moonlight revealed to me a marble-white human hand. Well, maybe I wasn't embarrassed, but then that changed to a creepy feeling again, and I thought I'd try the counting again. I don't know how many hours or weeks it was that I lay there counting hard, but the moonlight crept up that white arm, and it showed me a lead face and a terrible wound over the heart. I could scarcely say that I was terror-stricken or anything like that, but somehow his eyes interested me so that I went right out of the window. I didn't need the sash, but it seemed easier to take it than leave it behind. Now let that teach you a lesson. I don't know just what it is, but at 70 years old I find that memory of peculiar value to me. I have been unconsciously guided by it all these years. Things that seemed pigeonholed and remote are a perpetual influence. Yes, you're taught in so many ways, and you're so felicitously taught when you don't know it. Here's something else that taught me a good deal. When I was 17 I was very bashful, and a 16-year-old girl came to stay a week with us. She was a peach, and I was seized with a happiness not of this world. One evening my mother suggested that, to entertain her, I take her to the theater. I didn't really like to, because I was 17 and sensitive about appearing in the streets with a girl. I couldn't see my way to enjoying my delight in public. But we went. I didn't feel very happy. I couldn't seem to keep my mind on the play. I became conscious, after a while, that that was due less to my lovely company than my boots. They were sweet to look upon, as smooth as skin, but fitted 10 times as close. I got oblivious to the play and the girl and the other people and everything but my boots until I hitched one partly off. The sensation was sensuously perfect. I couldn't help it. I had to get the other off, partly. Then I was obliged to get them off altogether, except that I kept my feet and the legs so they couldn't get away. From that time I enjoyed the play. But the first thing I knew the curtain came down, like that, without my notice, and I hadn't any boots on. What's more, they wouldn't go on. I tugged strenuously, and the people in our row got up and fussed and said things until the peach and I simply had to move on. We moved, the girl on one arm and the boots under the other. We walked home that way, 16 blocks, with a retinue a mile long. Every time we passed a lamp-post, death gripped me at the throat. But we got home, and I had on white socks. If I live to be 999 years old I don't suppose I could ever forget that walk. I remember it about as keenly as the chagrin I suffered on another occasion. At one time in our domestic history we had a colored butler who had a failing. He could never remember to ask people who came to the door to state their business, so I used to suffer a good many calls unnecessarily. One morning, when I was especially busy, he brought me a card engraved with a name I did not know, so I said, "What does he wish to see me for?" And Sylvester said, I couldn't ask him, sir. He was a gentleman. "Return instantly," I thundered, "and inquire his mission. Ask him what's his game." Well, Sylvester returned with the announcement that he had lightning rods to sell. "Indeed," said I, "things are coming to a fine pass when lightning rod agents send up engraved cards." "He has pictures," added Sylvester. "Pictures, indeed. He may be peddling etchings. Has he a Russia leather case?" But Sylvester was too frightened to remember. I said, "I am going down to make it hot for that upstart." I went down the stairs, working up my temper all the way. When I got to the parlor I was in a fine frenzy concealed beneath a veneer of frigid courtesy. And when I looked in the door, sure enough he had a Russia leather case in his hand. But I didn't happen to notice that it was our Russia leather case. And if you'd believe me, that man was sitting with a whole gallery of etchings spread out before him. But I didn't happen to notice that they were our etchings, spread out by some member of my family for some unguessed purpose. Very curtly I asked the gentleman his business. With a surprised, timid manner he faltered that he had met my wife and daughter at Onteora, and they had asked him to call. Fine lie, I thought, and I froze him. He seemed to be kind of nonplussed, and sat there fingering the etchings in the case until I told him he needn't bother because we had those. That pleased him so much that he leaned over in an embarrassed way to pick up another from the floor. But I stopped him. I said, "We've got that, too." He seemed pitifully amazed, but I was congratulating myself on my great success. Finally the gentleman asked where Mr. Winton lived. He'd met him in the mountains, too. So I said I'd show him gladly, and I did on the spot. And when he was gone I felt queer, because there were all his etchings spread out on the floor. Well, my wife came in and asked me who had been in. I showed her the card and told her, all exultantly. To my dismay she nearly fainted. She told me he had been a most kind friend to them in the country, and had forgotten to tell me that he was expected our way, and she pushed me out of the door and commanded me to get over to the Wintons in a hurry and get him back. I came into the drawing-room where Mrs. Winton was sitting up very stiff in a chair, beating me at my own game. Well, I began to put another light on things. Before many seconds Mrs. Winton saw it was time to change her temperature. In 5 minutes I had asked the man to luncheon, and she to dinner, and so on. We made that fellow change his trip and stay a week, and we gave him the time of his life. Why, I don't believe we let him get sober the whole time. I trust that you will carry away some good thought from these lessons I have given you, and that the memory of them will inspire you to higher things, and elevate you to plans far above the old and I tell you one thing, young ladies, I've had a better time with you today than with that peach 53 years ago.
End of Morals and Memory by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 61 of Mark Twain's speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Queen Victoria by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address to the British Schools and Universities Club at Delmonico's, Monday, May 25, 1908, in honor of Queen Victoria's birthday. Mr. Clemens told the story of his duel with a rival editor, how he practiced firing at a barn door and failed to hit it, but a friend of his took off the head of a little bird at 35 yards and attributed the shot to Mark Twain. The duel did not take place. Mr. Clemens continued as follows.
It also happened that I was the means of stopping dueling in Nevada. for a law was passed sending all duelists to jail for 2 years, and the governor, hearing of my marksmanship, said that if he got me I should go to prison for the full term. That's why I left Nevada, and I have not been there since. You do me a high honor indeed in selecting me to speak of my country in this commemoration of the birthday of that noble lady whose life was consecrated to the virtues and the humanities and to the promotion of lofty ideals, and was a model upon which many a humbler life was formed and made beautiful while she lived, and upon which many such lives will still be formed in the generations that are to come, a life which finds its just image in the star which falls out of its place in the sky and out of existence, but whose light still streams with unfaded luster across the abysses of space long after its fires have been extinguished at their source. As a woman, the Queen was all that the most exacting standards could require. As a far-reaching and effective beneficent moral force, she had no peer in her time among either monarchs or commoners. As a monarch, she was without reproach in her great office. We may not venture, perhaps, to say so sweeping a thing as this in cold blood about any monarch that preceded her upon either her own throne or upon any other. It is a colossal eulogy, but it is justified. In those qualities of the heart which beget affection in all sorts and conditions of men, she was rich, surprisingly rich, and for this she will still be remembered and revered in the far-off ages when the political glories of her reign shall have faded from vital history and fallen to a place in that scrap-heap of unverifiable odds and ends which we call tradition, which is to say, in briefer phrase, that her name will live always, and with it her character, a fame rare in the history of thrones, dominions, principalities, and powers, since it will not rest upon harvested selfish and sordid ambitions, but upon love, earned and freely vouchsafed. She mended broken hearts where she could, but she broke none. What she did for us in America in our time of storm and stress we shall not forget, and whenever we call it to mind we shall always remember the wise and righteous mind that guided her in it and sustained and supported her, Prince Albert's. We need not talk any idle talk here tonight about either possible or impossible war between the two countries. There will be no war while we remain sane and the son of Victoria and Albert sits upon the throne. In conclusion, I believe I may justly claim to utter the voice of my country in saying that we hold him in deep honor, and also in cordially wishing him a long life and a happy reign.
End of Queen Victoria, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 62 of Mark Twain's Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joan of Arc, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the dinner of the Society of Illustrators, given at the Aldine Association Club, December 22, 1905. Just before Mr. Clemens made his speech, a young woman attired as Joan of Arc, with a page bearing her flag of battle, curtsied reverently and tendered Mr. Clemens a laurel wreath on a satin pillow. He tried to speak, but his voice failed from excess of motion.
"I thank you,"
he finally exclaimed, and pulling himself together, he began his speech.
Now there is an illustration," pointing to the retreating Joan of Arc. "That is exactly what I wanted, precisely what I wanted, when I was describing to myself Joan of Arc, after studying her history and her character for 12 years diligently. That was the product, not the conventional Joan of Arc. Wherever you find the conventional Joan of Arc in history, she is an offense to anybody who knows the story of that wonderful girl. Why, she was almost supreme in several details. She had a marvelous intellect. She had a great heart, had a noble spirit, was absolutely pure in her character, her feeling, her language, her words, her everything. She was only 18 years old. Now put that heart into such a breast, 18 years old, and give it that masterly intellect which showed in the face, and furnish it with that almost godlike spirit, and what are you going to have? The conventional Joan of Arc? Not by any means. That is impossible. I cannot comprehend any such thing as that. You must have a creature like that young and fair and beautiful girl we just saw, and her spirit must look out of the eyes. The figure should be in harmony with all that, but oh, what we get in the conventional picture, and it is always the conventional picture. I hope you will allow me to say that your guild, when you take the conventional, you have got it at second hand. Certainly, if you had studied and studied, then you might have something else as a result, but when you have the common convention, you stick to that. You cannot prevail upon the artist to do it. He always gives you a Joan of Arc, that lovely creature that started a great career at 13, but whose greatness arrived when she was 18. And merely because she was a girl, he cannot see the divinity in her, and so he paints a peasant, a coarse and lubberly figure, the figure of a cotton bale, and he clothes that in the coarsest raiment of the peasant region just like a fishwoman, her hair cropped short like a Russian peasant, and that face of hers, which should be beautiful and which should radiate all the glories which are in the spirit and in her heart, that expression in that face is always just the fixed expression of a ham. But now Mr. Beard has intimated a moment ago, and so has Sir Purdon Clarke also, that the artist, the illustrator, does not often get the idea of the man whose book he is illustrating. Here is a very remarkable instance of the other thing in Mr. Beard, who illustrated a book of mine. You may never have heard of it. I will tell you about it now. A Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Now, Beard got everything that I put into that book, and a little more besides. Those pictures of Beard's in that book, oh, from the first page to the last is one vast sardonic laugh at the trivialities, the servilities of our poor human race, and also at the professions and the insolence of priestcraft and kingcraft, those creatures that make slaves of themselves and have not the manliness to shake it off. Beard put it all in that book. I meant it to be there. I put a lot of it there, and Beard put the rest. That publisher of mine in Hartford had an eye for the pennies, and he saved them. He did not waste any on the illustrations. He had a very good artist, Williams, who had never taken a lesson in drawing. Everything he did was original. The publisher hired the cheapest wood engraver he could find, and in my early books you can see a trace of that. You can see that if Williams had had a chance he would have made some very good pictures. He had a good heart and good intentions. I had a character in the first book he illustrated, The Innocents Abroad. That was a boy 17 or 18 years old, Jack Van Nostrand, a New York boy who, to my mind, was a very remarkable creature. He and I tried to get Williams to understand that boy and make a picture of Jack that would be worthy of Jack. Jack was a most singular combination. He was born and reared in New York here. He was as delicate in his feelings, as clean and pure and refined in his feelings, as any lovely girl ever was, but whenever he expressed a feeling he did it in Bowery slang, and it was a most curious combination, that delicacy of his and that apparent coarseness. There was no coarseness inside of Jack at all, and Jack, in the course of 17 or 18 years, had acquired a capital of ignorance that was marvelous, ignorance of various things, not of all things. For instance, he did not know anything about the Bible. He had never been in Sunday school. Jack got more out of the Holy Land than anybody else, because the others knew what they were expecting, but it was a land of surprises to him. I said in the book that we found him watching a turtle on a log, stoning that turtle, and he was stoning that turtle because he had read that the song of the turtle was heard in the land, and this turtle wouldn't sing. It sounded absurd, but it was charged on Jack as a fact, and as he went along through that country he had a proper foil in an old rebel colonel who was superintendent and head engineer in a large Sunday school in Wheeling, West Virginia. That man was full of enthusiasm wherever he went, and would stand and deliver himself of speeches, and Jack would listen to those speeches of the colonel and wonder. Jack had made a trip as a child almost across this continent in the first overland stage-coach. That man's name who ran that line of stages, well, I declare that name is gone. Well, names will go. Halliday, that's the name, Ben Halliday. Your uncle, turning to Mr. Carnegie. That was the fellow, Ben Halliday. And Jack was full of admiration at the prodigious speed that line of stages made, and it was good speed. 125 miles a day, going day and night, and it was the event of Jack's life. And there, at the fords of the Jordan, the colonel was inspired to a speech. He was always making a speech. So he called us up to him. He called up 5 sinners and 3 saints. It has been only lately that Mr. Carnegie beatified me. And he said, "Here are the fords of the Jordan, a monumental place. At this very point, when Moses brought the children of Israel through, he brought the children of Israel from Egypt through the desert, you see, there. He guarded them through that desert patiently during 40 years, and brought them to this spot safe and sound. There you see, there is the scene of what Moses did." And Jack said, "Moses who?" "Oh," he says, "Jack, you ought not to ask that. Moses, the great lawgiver, Moses, the great patriot, Moses, the great warrior, Moses, the great guide, who, as I tell you, brought these people through these 300 miles of sand in 40 years, and landed them safe and sound." Jack said, "There's nothing in that 300 miles in 40 years. Ben Halliday would have snaked them through in 36 hours." Well, I was speaking of Jack's innocence, and it was beautiful. Jack was not ignorant on all subjects. That boy was a deep student in the history of Anglo-Saxon liberty, and he was a patriot all the way through to the marrow. There was a subject that interested him all the time. Other subjects were of no concern to Jack, but that quaint, inscrutable innocence of his I could not get Williams to put into the picture. Yes, Williams wanted to do it. He said, "I will make him as innocent as a virgin." He thought a moment, and then said, "I will make him as innocent as an unborn virgin," which covered the ground. I was reminded of Jack because I came across a letter today which is over 30 years old that Jack wrote. Jack was doomed to consumption. He was very long and slim, poor creature, and in a year or two after he got back from that excursion to the Holy Land, he went on a ride on horseback through Colorado, and it did not last but a year or two. He wrote this letter, not to me, but to a friend of mine, and he said, "I have ridden horseback." This was 3 years after. "I have ridden horseback 400 miles through a desert country where you never see anything but cattle now and then a cattle station, 10 miles apart, 20 miles apart. Now you tell Clemens that in all that stretch of 400 miles I have seen only 2 books, the Bible and Innocents Abroad. Tell Clemens the Bible was in a very good condition." I say that he had studied, and he had, the real Saxon liberty, the acquirement of our liberty, and Jack used to repeat some verses. I don't know where they came from, but I thought of them today when I saw that letter, that boy could have been talking of himself in those quoted lines from that unknown poet. "For he had sat at Sidney's feet and walked with him in plain apart, and through the centuries heard the beat of freedom's march through Cromwell's heart." And he was that kind of a boy. He should have lived, and yet he should not have lived, because he died at that early age. He couldn't have been more than 20. He had seen all there was to see in the world that was worth the trouble of living in it. He had seen all of this world that is valuable. He had seen all of this world that was illusion, and illusion is the only valuable thing in it. He had arrived at that point where presently the illusions would cease and he would have entered upon the realities of life. And God help the man that has arrived at that point. End of Joan of Arc, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 63 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Accident Insurance, etc., by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Delivered in Hartford at a dinner to Cornelius Walford of London. Gentlemen, I am glad indeed to assist in welcoming the distinguished guest of this occasion to a city whose fame as an insurance center has extended to all lands, and given us the name of being a quadruple band of brothers working sweetly hand in hand. The Colt's Arms Company making the destruction of our race easy and convenient, our life insurance citizens paying for the victims when they pass away, Mr. Batterson perpetuating their memory with his stately monuments, and our fire insurance comrades taking care of their hereafter. I am glad to assist in welcoming our guest, first because he is an Englishman, and I owe a heavy debt of hospitality to certain of his fellow countrymen, and secondly because he is in sympathy with insurance, and has been the means of making many other men cast their sympathies in the same direction. Certainly there is no nobler field for human effort than the insurance line of business, especially accident insurance. Ever since I have been a director in an accident insurance company, I have felt that I am a better man. life has seemed more precious. Accidents have assumed a kindlier aspect. Distressing special providences have lost half their horror. I look upon a cripple now with affectionate interest, as an advertisement. I do not seem to care for poetry any more. I do not care for politics. Even agriculture does not excite me. But to me now there is a charm about a railway collision that is unspeakable. There is nothing more beneficent than accident insurance. I have seen an entire family lifted out of poverty and into affluence by the simple boon of a broken leg. I have had people come to me on crutches, with tears in their eyes, to bless this beneficent institution. In all my experience of life I have seen nothing so seraphic as the look that comes into a freshly mutilated man's face when he feels in his vest pocket with his remaining hand and finds his accident ticket all right. And I have seen nothing so sad as the look that came into another splintered customer's face when he found he couldn't collect on a wooden leg. I will remark here, by way of advertisement, that noble charity which we have named the Hartford Accident Insurance Company is an institution which is peculiarly to be depended upon. A man is bound to prosper who gives it his custom. No man can take out a policy in it and not get crippled before the year is out. Now there was one indigent man who had been disappointed so often with other companies that he had grown disheartened, his appetite left him, he ceased to smile, said life was but a weariness. 3 weeks ago I got him to insure with us, and now he is the brightest, happiest spirit in this land, has a good steady income, and a stylish suit of new bandages every day, and travels around on a shutter. I will say in conclusion that my share of the welcome to our guest is none the less hearty because I talk so much nonsense, and I know that I can say the same for the rest of the speakers.
The speaker was a director of the company named. End of Accident Insurance, etc., by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 64 of Mark Twain's speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Osteopathy by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. On February 27, 1901, Mr. Clemens appeared before the Assembly Committee in Albany, New York, in favor of the Seymour Bill, legalizing the practice of osteopathy.
Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, Dr. Van Fleet is the gentleman who gave me the character. I have heard my character discussed 1,000 times before you were born, sir, and shown the iniquities in it, and you did not get more than half of them. I was touched and distressed when they brought that part of a child in here and proved that you cannot take a child to pieces in that way. What remarkable names those diseases have! It makes me envious of the man that has them all. I have had many diseases, and am thankful for all I have had. One of the gentlemen spoke of the knowledge of something else found in Sweden, a treatment which I took. It is, I suppose, a kindred thing. There is apparently no great difference between them. I was a year and a half in London and Sweden in the hands of that grand old man, Mr. Kildren. I cannot call him a doctor, for he has not the authority to give a certificate if a patient should die, but fortunately they don't. The state stands as a mighty Gibraltar clothed with power. It stands between me and my body, and tells me what kind of a doctor I must employ. When my soul is sick, unlimited spiritual liberty is given me by the state. Now then, it doesn't seem logical that the state shall depart from this great policy, the health of the soul, and change about and take the other position in the matter of smaller consequence, the health of the body. The bell bill limitations would drive the osteopaths out of the state. Oh, dear me, when you drive somebody out of the state, you create the same condition as prevailed in the Garden of Eden. You want the thing that you can't have. I didn't care much about the osteopaths, but as soon as I found they were going to drive them out, I got in a state of uneasiness, and I can't sleep nights now. I know how Adam felt in the Garden of Eden about the prohibited apple. Adam didn't want the apple till he found out he couldn't have it, just as he would have wanted osteopathy if he couldn't have it. Whose property is my body? Probably mine. I so regard it. If I experiment with it, who must be answerable? I, not the state. If I choose injudiciously, does the state die? Oh, no. I was the subject of my mother's experiment. She was wise. She made experiments cautiously. She didn't pick out just any child in the flock. No, she chose judiciously. She chose one she could spare, and she couldn't spare the others. I was the choice child of the flock, so I had to take all of the experiments. In 1844, Kneipp filled the world with the wonder of the water cure. Mother wanted to try it, but on sober second thought she put me through. A bucket of ice water was poured over to see the effect. Then I was rubbed down with flannels. Sheet was dipped in the water, and I was put to bed. I perspired so much that Mother put a life-preserver to bed with me. But this had nothing but a spiritual effect on me, and I didn't care for that. When they took off the sheet, it was yellow from the output of my conscience, the exudation of sin. It purified me spiritually, and it remains until this day. I have experimented with osteopathy and allopathy. I took a chance at the latter for old time's sake, for 3 times, when a boy, Mother's new methods got me so near death's door she had to call in the family physician to pull me out. The physicians think they are moved by regard for the best interests of the public. Isn't there a little touch of self-interest back of it all? It seems to me there is, and I don't claim to have all the virtues, only 9 or 10 of them. I was born in the Banner State, and by Banner State I mean Missouri. Osteopathy was born in the same state, and both of us are getting along reasonably well. At a time during my younger days my attention was attracted to a picture of a house which bore the inscription, "Christ disputing with the doctors." I could attach no other meaning to it than that Christ was actually quarreling with the doctors. So I asked an old slave, who was a sort of an herb doctor in a small way, unlicensed, of course, what the meaning of the picture was. "What has he done?" I asked. And the colored man replied, "Humph, he ain't got no license."
End of Osteopathy by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 65 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Water Supply by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Mr. Clemens visited Albany on February 27th and 28th, 1901. The privileges of the floor were granted to him, and he was asked to make a short address to the Senate.
Mr. President and gentlemen, I do not know how to thank you sufficiently for this high honor which you are conferring upon me. I have for the second time now enjoyed this kind of prodigal hospitality, in the other House yesterday, today in this one. I am a modest man, and diffident about appearing before legislative bodies, and yet utterly and entirely appreciative of a courtesy like this when it is extended to me, and I thank you very much for it. If I had the privilege, which unfortunately I have not got, of suggesting things to the legislators in my individual capacity, I would so enjoy the opportunity that I would not charge anything for it at all. I would do that without a salary. I would give them the benefit of my wisdom and experience in legislative bodies, and if I could have had the privilege for a few minutes of giving advice to the other House, I should have liked to. But of course I could not undertake it, as they did not ask me to do it. But if they had only asked me. Now that the House is considering a measure which is to furnish a water supply to the city of New York, why, permit me to say I live in New York myself. I know all about its ways, its desires, and its residents, and, if I had the privilege, I should have urged them not to weary themselves over a measure like that to furnish water to the city of New York, for we never drink it. But I will not venture to advise this body, as I only venture to advise bodies who are not present.
End of Water Supply by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 66 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mistaken Identity by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the Annual Ladies' Day, Papyrus Club, Boston.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am perfectly astonished. ASTONISHED, ladies and gentlemen, astonished at the way history repeats itself. I find myself situated at this moment exactly and precisely as I was once before, years ago, to a jot, to a tittle, to a very hair. There isn't a shade of difference. It is the most astonishing coincidence that ever—but wait. I will tell you the former instance, and then you will see it for yourself. Years ago I arrived one day at Salamanca, New York, eastward bound. Must change cars there and take the sleeper train. There were crowds of people there, and they were swarming into the long sleeper train and packing it full, and it was a perfect purgatory of dust and confusion and gritting of teeth and soft, sweet, and low profanity. I asked the young man in the ticket office if I could have a sleeping section, and he answered no, with a snarl that shriveled me up like burned leather. I went off, smarting under this insult to my dignity, and asked another local official, supplicatingly, if I couldn't have some poor little corner somewhere in a sleeping car, but he cut me short with a venomous, "No, you can't. Every corner is full. Now don't bother me any more." And he turned his back and walked off. My dignity was in a state now which cannot be described. I was so ruffled that— "Well," I said to my companion, "if these people knew who I am, they—" But my companion cut me short there. "Don't talk such folly," he said. "If they did know who you are, do you suppose it would help your high mightiness to a vacancy in a train which has no vacancies in it?" This did not improve my condition any to speak of, but just then I observed that the colored porter of a sleeping car had his eye on me. I saw his dark countenance light up. He whispered to the uniformed conductor, punctuating with nods and jerks toward me, and straightway this conductor came forward, oozing politeness from every pore. "Can I be of any service to you?" he asked. "Will you have a place in the sleeper?" "Yes," I said, "and much oblige me, too. Give me anything, anything will answer." "We have nothing left but the big family stateroom," he continued, "with 2 berths and a couple of arm-chairs in it, but it is entirely at your disposal. Here, Tom, take these satchels aboard." Then he touched his hat, and we and the colored Tom moved along. I was bursting to drop just one little remark to my companion, but I held in and waited. Tom made us comfortable in that sumptuous great apartment, and then said, with many bows and a perfect affluence of smiles, "Now, is dey anything you want, sah? Case you can have just anything you wants. It don't make no difference what it is." "Can I have some hot water and a tumbler at 9 tonight, blazing hot?" I asked. "You know about the right temperature for a hot Scotch punch?" "Yes, sah, dat you kin. You kin pen on it. I'll get it myself." "Good. Now that lamp is hung too high. Can I have a big coach candle fixed up just at the head of my bed, so that I can read comfortably?" "Yes, sah, you can. I'll fix her up myself, and I'll fix her so she'll burn all night. Yes, sah, and you can just call for anything you want, and dis yer whole train'll be turned wrong end up and inside out for to git it for you. Dat's so." And he disappeared. Well, I tilted my head back, hooked my thumbs in my armholes, smiled a smile on my companion, and said gently, "Well, what do you say now?" My companion was not in the humor to respond, and didn't. The next moment that smiling black face was thrust in at the crack of the door, and this speech followed: "Laws bless you, sah, I knowed you in a minute. I told de conductor so. Laws, I knowed you de minute I sot eyes on you." "Is that so, my boy?" handing him a quadruple fee. "Who am I?" "General McClellan," and he disappeared again. My companion said, vinegarishly, "Well, well, what do you say now?" Right there comes in the marvelous coincidence I mentioned a while ago, viz., I was speechless. And that is my condition now. Perceive it?
End of Mistaken Identity, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 67 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cats and Candy, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. The following address was delivered at a social meeting of literary men in New York in 1874. When I was 14, I was living with my parents, who were very poor, and correspondingly honest. We had a youth living with us by the name of Jim Wolfe. He was an excellent fellow, 17 years old and very diffident. He and I slept together, virtuously, and one bitter winter's night a cousin Mary—she's married now and gone—gave what they call a candy-pulling in those days in the West, and they took the saucers of hot candy outside of the house into the snow, under a sort of old bower that came from the eaves. It was a sort of an L then, all covered with vines, to cool this hot candy in the snow, and they were all sitting there. In the meantime we were gone to bed. We were not invited to attend this party. We were too young. The young ladies and gentlemen were assembled there, and Jim and I were in bed. There was about 4 inches of snow on the roof of this L, and our windows looked out on it, and it was frozen hard. A couple of tomcats—it is possible one might have been of the opposite sex,
were assembled on the chimney in the middle of this L, and they were growling at a fearful rate, and switching their tails about and going on, and we couldn't sleep at all. Finally Jim said, "For 2 cents I'd go out and snake them cats off that chimney." So I said, "Of course you would." He said, "Well, I would. I have a mighty good notion to do it." Says I, "Of course you have. Certainly you have. You have a great notion to do it." I hoped he might try it, but I was afraid he wouldn't. Finally I did get his ambition up, and he raised the window and climbed out on the icy roof with nothing on but his socks and a very short shirt. He went climbing along on all fours on the roof toward the chimney where the cats were. In the meantime these young ladies and gentlemen were enjoying themselves down under the eaves, and when Jim got almost to that chimney he made a pass at the cats, and his heels flew up and he shot down and crashed through those vines, and lit in the midst of the ladies and gentlemen, and sat down in those hot saucers of candy. There was a stampede, of course, and he came upstairs dropping pieces of chinaware and candy all the way up, and when he got up there, now anybody in the world would have gone into profanity or something calculated to relieve the mind, but he didn't. He scraped the candy off his legs, nursed his blisters a little, and said, "I could have ketched them cats if I had had on a good ready."
End of Cats and Candy, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 68 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Obituary Poetry, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the Actors Fund Fair, Philadelphia, in 1895.
Ladies and gentlemen, this welcome occasion gives me an opportunity to make an explanation that I have long desired to deliver myself of. I rise to the highest honors before a Philadelphia audience. In the course of my checkered career I have, on divers occasions, been charged, maliciously, with a more or less serious offense. It is in reply to one of the more important of these that I wish to speak. More than once I have been accused of writing obituary poetry in the Philadelphia Ledger. I wish right here to deny that dreadful assertion. I will admit that once, when a compositor in the Ledger establishment, I did set up some of that poetry, but for a worse offense than that no indictment can be found against me. I did not write that poetry, at least not all of it.
End of Obituary Poetry, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 69 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cigars and Tobacco, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman.
My friends for some years now have remarked that I am an inveterate consumer of tobacco. That is true, but my habits with regard to tobacco have changed. I have no doubt that you will say, when I have explained to you what my present purpose is, that my taste has deteriorated, but I do not so regard it. Whenever I held a smoking party at my house, I found that my guests had always just taken the pledge. Let me tell you briefly the history of my personal relation to tobacco. It began, I think, when I was a lad, and took the form of a quid, which I became expert in tucking under my tongue. Afterward I learned the delights of the pipe, and I suppose there was no other youngster of my age who could more deftly cut plug tobacco so as to make it available for pipe smoking. Well, time ran on, and there came a time when I was able to gratify one of my youthful ambitions. I could buy the choicest Havana cigars without seriously interfering with my income. I smoked a good many, changing off from the Havana cigars to the pipe in the course of a day's smoking. At last it occurred to me that something was lacking in the Havana cigar. It did not quite fulfill my youthful anticipations. I experimented. I bought what was called a seed-leaf cigar with a Connecticut wrapper. After a while I became satiated of these, and I searched for something else. The Pittsburgh Stogie was recommended to me. It certainly had the merits of cheapness, if that be a merit in tobacco, and I experimented with the Stogie. Then once more I changed off, so that I might acquire the subtler flavor of the Wheeling Toby. Now that palled, and I looked around New York in the hope of finding cigars which would seem to most people vile, but which, I am sure, would be ambrosial to me. I couldn't find any. They put into my hands some of those little things that cost 10 cents a box, but they are a delusion. I said to a friend, "I want to know if you can direct me to an honest tobacco merchant who will tell me what is the worst cigar in the New York market, excepting those made for Chinese consumption. I want real tobacco. If you will do this, and I find the man is as good as his word, I will guarantee him a regular market for a fair amount of his cigars." We found a tobacco dealer who would tell the truth, who, if a cigar was bad, would boldly say so. He produced what he called the very worst cigars he had ever had in his shop. He let me experiment with one then and there. The test was satisfactory. This was, after all, the real thing. I negotiated for a box of them and took them away with me, so that I might be sure of having them handy when I want them. I discovered that the worst cigars, so-called, are the best for me after all. End of Cigars and Tobacco, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 70 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Billiards, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Mr. Clemens attended a billiard tourney on the evening of April 24, 1906, and was called on to tell a story. "The game of billiards has destroyed my naturally sweet disposition. Once, when I was an underpaid reporter in Virginia City, whenever I wished to play billiards I went out to look for an easy mark. One day a stranger came to town and opened a billiard parlor. I looked him over casually. When he proposed a game, I answered all right. 'Just knock the balls around a little so that I can get your gait,' he said, and when I had done so he remarked, 'I will be perfectly fair with you. I'll play you left-handed.' I felt hurt, for he was cross-eyed, freckled, and had red hair, and I determined to teach him a lesson. He won first shot, ran out, took my $half, and all I got was the opportunity to chalk my cue. 'If you can play like that with your left hand,' I said, 'I'd like to see you play with your right.' 'I can't,' he said. 'I'm left-handed.'" End of Billiards, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 71 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Union, Right or Wrong, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Reminiscences of Nevada. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that Nevada had lively newspapers in those days. My great competitor among the reporters was Boggs of the Union, an excellent reporter. Once in 3 or 4 months he would get a little intoxicated, but as a general thing he was a wary and cautious drinker, although always ready to damp himself a little with the enemy. He had the advantage of me in one thing. He could get the monthly public school report and I could not, because the principal hated my sheet, the Enterprise. One snowy night, when the report was due, I started out, sadly wondering how I was to get it. Presently, a few steps up the almost deserted street, I stumbled on Boggs and asked him where he was going. "After the school report." "I'll go along with you." "No, sir, I'll excuse you. Have it your way." A saloon-keeper's boy passed by with a steaming pitcher of hot punch, and Boggs snuffed the fragrance gratefully. He gazed fondly after the boy and saw him start up the Enterprise stairs. I said, "I wish you could help me get that school business, but since you can't, I must run up to the Union office and see if I can get a proof of it after it's set up, though I don't begin to suppose I can. Good night." "Hold on a minute. I don't mind getting the report and sitting around with the boys a little while you copy it, if you're willing to drop down to the principal's with me. Now you talk like a human being. Come along." We plowed a couple of blocks through the snow, got the report, a short document, and soon copied it in our office. Meantime, Boggs helped himself to the punch. I gave the manuscript back to him, and we started back to get an inquest. At 4 o'clock in the morning, when we had gone to press and were having a relaxing concert as usual, for some of the printers were good singers and others good performers on the guitar and on that atrocity the accordion, the proprietor of the Union strode in and asked if anybody had heard anything of Boggs or the school report. We stated the case, and all turned out to help hunt for the delinquent. We found him standing on a table in a saloon, with an old tin lantern in one hand and the school report in the other, haranguing a gang of corned miners on the iniquity of squandering the public money on education, when hundreds and hundreds of honest, hard-working men were literally starving for whiskey. He had been assisting in a regal spree with those parties for hours. We dragged him away and put him into bed. Of course, there was no school report in the Union, and Boggs held me accountable, though I was innocent of any intention or desire to compass its absence from that paper, and was as sorry as anyone that the misfortune had occurred, but we were perfectly friendly. The day the next school report was due, the proprietor of the Tennessee mine furnished us a buggy and asked us to go down and write something about the property, a very common request, and one always gladly acceded to when people furnished buggies, for we were as fond of pleasure excursions as other people. The mine was a hole in the ground 90 feet deep, and no way of getting down into it but by holding on to a rope and being lowered with a windlass. The workmen had just gone off somewhere to dinner. I was not strong enough to lower Boggs' bulk, so I took an unlighted candle in my teeth, made a loop for my foot in the end of the rope, implored Boggs not to go to sleep or let the windlass get the start of him, and then swung out over the shaft. I reached the bottom, muddy and bruised about the elbows, but safe. I lit the candle, made an examination of the rock, selected some specimens, and shouted to Boggs to hoist away. No answer. Presently a head appeared in the circle of daylight away aloft, and a voice came down, "Are you all set?" "All set. Hoist away." "Are you comfortable?" "Perfectly." Could you wait a little? Oh, certainly, no particular hurry. Well, good-bye. Why, where are you going? After the school report. And he did. I stayed down there an hour and surprised the workmen when they hauled up and found a man on the rope instead of a bucket of rock. I walked home, too, 5 miles uphill. We had no school report next morning, but the Union had. End of The Union, Right or Wrong, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 72 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Ideal French Address by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Extract from Paris Notes in Tom Sawyer Abroad, etc. I am told that a French sermon is like a French speech. It never names an historical event, but only the date of it. If you are not up in dates, you get left. A French speech is something like this: Comrades, citizens, brothers, noble parts of the only sublime and perfect nation, let us not forget that the 21st January cast off our chains, that the 10th August relieved us of the shameful presence of foreign spies, that the 5th September was its own justification before heaven and humanity, that the 18th Brumaire contained the seeds of its own punishment, that the 14th July was the mighty voice of liberty proclaiming the resurrection, the new day, and inviting the oppressed peoples of the earth to look upon the divine face of France and live. And let us here record our everlasting curse against the man of the 2nd December, and declare in thunder tones, the native tones of France, that but for him there had been no 17th March in history, no 12th October, nor 9th January, no 22nd April, no 16th November, no 30th September, no 2nd July, no 14th February, no 29th June, no 15th August, no 31st May, that but for him, France, the pure, the grand, the peerless, had had a serene and vacant almanac today. I have heard of one French sermon which closed in this odd yet eloquent way: My hearers, we have sad cause to remember the man of the 13th January. The results of the vast crime of the 13th January have been in just proportion to the magnitude of the act itself. But for it there had been no 30th November. Sorrowful spectacle! The grisly deed of the 16th June had not been done but for it, nor had the man of the 16th June known existence. To it alone the 3rd September was due, also the fatal 12th October. Shall we then be grateful for the 13th January, with its freight of death for you and me and all that breathe? Yes, my friends, for it gave us also that which had never come but for it, and it alone, the blessed 25th December. It may be well enough to explain. The man of the 13th January is Adam. The crime of that date was the eating of the apple. The sorrowful spectacle of the 30th November was the expulsion from Eden. The grisly deed of the 16th June was the murder of Abel. The act of the 3rd September was the beginning of the journey to the land of Nod. The 12th day of October, the last mountain tops disappeared under the flood. When you go to church in France, you want to take your almanac with you, annotated.
End of An Ideal French Address, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 73 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Statistics, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Extract from The History of the Savage Club. During that period of gloom, when domestic bereavement had forced Mr. Clemens and his dear ones to secure the privacy they craved until their wounds should heal, his address was known to only a very few of his closest friends. One old friend in New York, after vain efforts to get his address, wrote him a letter addressed as follows: Mark Twain, God knows where, try London. The letter found him, and Mr. Clemens replied to the letter expressing himself surprised and complimented that the person who was credited with knowing his whereabouts should take so much interest in him, adding, "Had the letter been addressed to the care of the other party, I would naturally have expected to receive it without delay." His correspondent tried again, and addressed the second letter, Mark Twain, the devil knows where, try London. This found him also no less promptly. On June 9th, 1899, he consented to visit the Savage Club, London, on condition that there was to be no publicity and no speech was to be expected from him. The toastmaster, in proposing the health of their guest, said that as a Scotchman, and therefore as a born expert, he thought Mark Twain had little or no claim to the title of humorist. Mr. Clemens had tried to be funny, but had failed, and his true role in life was statistics. That he was a master of statistics, and loved them for their own sake, and it would be the easiest task he ever undertook if he would try to count all the real jokes he had ever made. While the toastmaster was speaking, the members saw Mr. Clemens' eyes begin to sparkle and his cheeks to flush. He jumped up and made a characteristic speech. "Perhaps I am not a humorist, but I am a first-class fool, a simpleton. For up to this moment I have believed Chairman McAllister to be a decent person, whom I could allow to mix up with my friends and relatives. The exhibition he has just made of himself reveals him to be a scoundrel and a knave of the deepest dye. I have been cruelly deceived, and it serves me right for trusting a Scotchman. Yes, I do understand figures, and I can count. I have counted the words in McAllister's drivel. I certainly cannot call it a speech. And there were exactly 3,439. I also carefully counted the lies. There were exactly 3,439. Therefore, I leave McAllister to his fate. I was sorry to have my name mentioned as one of the great authors, because they have a sad habit of dying off. Chaucer is dead, Spencer is dead, so is Milton, so is Shakespeare, and I am not feeling very well myself." End of Statistics, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 74 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Galveston Orphan Bazaar, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at a fair held at the Waldorf Astoria, New York, in October, 1900, in aid of the orphans at Galveston. I expected that the governor of Texas would occupy this place first, and would speak to you, and in the course of his remarks would drop a text for me to talk from. But, with the proverbial obstinacy that is proverbial with governors, they go back on their duties, and he has not come here, and has not furnished me with a text, and I am here without a text.
I have no text except what you furnish me with your handsome faces, but I won't continue that, for I could go on forever about attractive faces, beautiful dresses, and other things. But, after all, compliments should be in order in a place like this. I have been in New York 2 or 3 days, and have been in a condition of strict diligence night and day, the object of this diligence being to regulate the moral and political situation on this planet, put it on a sound basis. And when you are regulating the conditions of a planet, it requires a great deal of talk in a great many kinds of ways, and when you have talked a lot, the emptier you get, and get also in a position of corking. When I am situated like that, with nothing to say, I feel as though I were a sort of fraud. I seem to be playing a part, and please consider I am playing a part for want of something better, and this is not unfamiliar to me. I have often done this before. When I was here about 8 years ago I was coming up in a car of the elevated road. Very few people were in that car, and on one end of it there was no one except on the opposite seat, where sat a man about 50 years old, with a most winning face and an elegant eye, a beautiful eye, and I took him from his dress to be a master mechanic, a man who had a vocation. He had with him a very fine little child of about 4 or 5 years. I was watching the affection which existed between those two. I judged he was the grandfather, perhaps. It was a really pretty child, and I was admiring her, and as soon as he saw I was admiring her he began to notice me. I could see his admiration of me in his eye, and I did what everybody else would do, admired the child 4 times as much, knowing I would get 4 times as much of his admiration. Things went on very pleasantly. I was making my way into his heart. By and by, when he almost reached the station where he was to get off, he got up, crossed over, and he said, "Now I'm going to say something to you which I hope you will regard as a compliment." And then he went on to say, "I have never seen Mark Twain, but I have seen a portrait of him, and any friend of mine will tell you that when I have once seen a portrait of a man, I place it in my eye and store it away in my memory, and I can tell you now that you look enough like Mark Twain to be his brother. Now," he said, "I hope you take this as a compliment. Yes, you are a very good imitation, but when I come to look closer, you are probably not that man." I said, "I will be frank with you. In my desire to look like that excellent character, I have dressed for the character. I have been playing a part." He said, "That is all right, that is all right. You look very well on the outside, but when it comes to the inside you are not in it with the original." So when I come to a place like this with nothing valuable to say, I always play a part. But I will say before I sit down that when it comes to saying anything here I will express myself in this way. I am heartily in sympathy with you in your efforts to help those who were sufferers in this calamity, and in your desire to help those who were rendered homeless, and in saying this I wish to impress on you the fact that I am not playing a part. End of Galveston Orphan Bazaar, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 75 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. San Francisco Earthquake, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. After the address at the Robert Fulton Fund meeting, June 19, 1906, Mr. Clemens talked to the assembled reporters about the San Francisco earthquake.
"I haven't been there since 1868,
and that great city of San Francisco has grown up since my day. When I was there she had 118,000 people, and of this number 18,000 were Chinese. I was a reporter on the Virginia City Enterprise in Nevada in 1862, and stayed there, I think, about 2 years, when I went to San Francisco and got a job as a reporter on the Call. I was there 3 or 4 years. I remember one day I was walking down 3rd Street in San Francisco. It was a sleepy, dull Sunday afternoon, and no one was stirring. Suddenly, as I looked up the street about 300 yards, the whole side of a house fell out. The street was full of bricks and mortar. At the same time I was knocked against the side of a house, and stood there stunned for a moment. I thought it was an earthquake. Nobody else had heard anything about it, and no one said earthquake to me afterward, but I saw it, and I wrote it. Nobody else wrote it, and the house I saw go into the street was the only house in the city that felt it. I've always wondered if it wasn't a little performance gotten up for my special entertainment by the nether regions.
End of San Francisco Earthquake by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 76 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charity and Actors by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the Actors Fund Fair in the Metropolitan Opera House, New York, May 6, 1907. Mr. Clemens, in his white suit, formally declared the fair open. Mr. Daniel Frohman, in introducing Mr. Clemens, said, "We intend to make this a banner week in the history of the fund, which takes an interest in every one on the stage, be he actor, singer, dancer, or workman. We have spent more than $40,000 during the past year. Charity covers a multitude of sins, but it also reveals a multitude of virtues. At the opening of the former fair we had the assistance of Edwin Booth and Joseph Jefferson. In their place we have today that American institution and apostle of wide humanity, Mark Twain. As Mr. Frohman has said, charity reveals a multitude of virtues. This is true, and it is to be proved here before the week is over. Mr. Frohman has told you something of the object and something of the character of the work. He told me he would do this, and he has kept his word. I had expected to hear of it through the newspapers. I wouldn't trust anything between Frohman and the newspapers, except when it's a case of charity. You should always remember that the actor has been your benefactor many and many a year. When you have been weary and downcast, he has lifted your heart out of gloom and given you a fresh impulse. You are all under obligation to him. This is your opportunity to be his benefactor, to help provide for him in his old age and when he suffers from infirmities. At this fair no one is to be persecuted to buy. If you offer a $20 bill in payment for a purchase of $1, you will receive $19 in change. There is to be no robbery here. There is to be no creed here, no religion except charity. We want to raise $250,000, and that is a great task to attempt. The President has set the fair in motion by pressing the button in Washington. Now your good wishes are to be transmuted into cash. By virtue of the authority in me vested, I declare the fair open. I call the ball game. Let the transmuting begin. End of Charity and Actors by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 77 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Russian Republic by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. The American Auxiliary Movement to aid the cause of freedom in Russia was launched on the evening of April 11, 1906, at the Club A House, 3 Fifth Avenue, with Mr. Clemens and Maxim Gorky as the principal spokesmen. Mr. Clemens made an introductory address presenting Mr. Gorky.
If we can build a Russian republic to give to the persecuted people of the Tsar's domain the same measure of freedom that we enjoy, let us go ahead and do it. We need not discuss the methods by which that purpose is to be attained. Let us hope that fighting will be postponed or averted for a while. But if it must come, I am most emphatically in sympathy with the movement, now on foot in Russia, to make that country free. I am certain that it will be successful, as it deserves to be. Any such movement should have and deserves our earnest and unanimous cooperation, and such a petition for funds as has been explained by Mr. Hunter, with its just and powerful meaning, should have the utmost support of each and every one of us. Anybody whose ancestors were in this country when we were trying to free ourselves from oppression must sympathize with those who now are trying to do the same thing in Russia. The parallel I have just drawn only goes to show that it makes no difference whether the oppression is bitter or not. Men with red, warm blood in their veins will not endure it, but will seek to cast it off. If we keep our hearts in this matter, Russia will be free.
End of Russian Republic by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 78 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Russian Sufferers by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. On December 18, 1905, an entertainment was given at the casino for the benefit of the Russian sufferers. After the performance, Mr. Clemens spoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems a sort of cruelty to inflict upon an audience like this our rude English tongue, after we have heard that divine speech flowing in that lucid Gaelic tongue. It has always been a marvel to me, that French language. It has always been a puzzle to me. How beautiful that language is, how expressive it seems to be, how full of grace it is, and when it comes from lips like those, how eloquent and how liquid it is. And oh, I am always deceived. I always think I am going to understand it. Oh, it is such a delight to me, such a delight to me, to meet Madame Bernhardt and laugh hand to hand and heart to heart with her. I have seen her play, as we all have, and oh, that is divine. But I have always wanted to know Madame Bernhardt herself, her fiery self. I have wanted to know that beautiful character. Why, she is the youngest person I ever saw, except myself, for I always feel young when I come in the presence of young people. I have a pleasant recollection of an incident so many years ago, when Madame Bernhardt came to Hartford, where I lived, and she was going to play, and the tickets were $3, and there were two lovely women, a widow and her daughter, neighbors of ours, highly cultivated ladies they were. Their tastes were fine and elevated, but they were very poor, and they said, "Well, we must not spend $6 on a pleasure of the mind, a pleasure of the intellect. We must spend it, if it must go at all, to furnish to somebody bread to eat. And so they sorrowed over the fact that they had to give up that great pleasure of seeing Madame Bernhardt, but there were two neighbors equally highly cultivated, and who could not afford bread, and those good-hearted Joneses sent that $6, deprived themselves of it, and sent it to those poor Smiths to buy bread with, and those Smiths took it and bought tickets with it to see Madame Bernhardt. Oh, yes, some people have tastes and intelligence also. Now, I was going to make a speech. I supposed I was, but I am not. It is late, and so I am going to tell a story. And there is this advantage about a story, anyway, that whatever moral or valuable thing you put into a speech, why, it gets diffused among those involuted sentences, and possibly your audience goes away without finding out what that valuable thing was that you were trying to confer upon it. But, dear me, you put the same jewel into a story, and it becomes the keystone of that story, and you are bound to get it. It flashes, it flames. It is the jewel in the toad's head. You don't overlook that. Now, if I am going to talk on such a subject as, for instance, the lost opportunity— oh, the lost opportunity— anybody in this house who has reached the turn of life, 60 or 70, or even 50, or along there, when he goes back along his history, there he finds it milestoned all the way with the lost opportunity, and you know how pathetic that is. You younger ones cannot know the full pathos that lies in those words, the lost opportunity. But anybody who is old, who has really lived and felt this life, he knows the pathos of the lost opportunity. Now I will tell you a story whose moral is that, whose lesson is that, whose lament is that. I was in a village which is a suburb of New Bedford several years ago. Well, New Bedford is a suburb of Fair Haven, or perhaps it is the other way. In any case, it took both of those towns to make a great center of the great whaling industry of the first half of the 19th century, and I was up there at Fair Haven some years ago with a friend of mine. There was a dedication of a great town hall, a public building, and we were there in the afternoon. This great building was filled, like this great theater, with rejoicing villagers, and my friend and I started down the center aisle. He saw a man standing in that aisle, and he said, "Now, look at that bronzed veteran, at that mahogany-faced man. Now tell me, do you see anything about that man's face that is emotional? Do you see anything about it that suggests that inside that man, anywhere, there are fires that can be started? Would you ever imagine that that is a human volcano?" "Why, no," I said, "I would not. He looks like a wooden Indian in front of a cigar store." "Very well," said my friend, "I will show you that there is emotion even in that unpromising place. I will just go to that man, and I will just mention in the most casual way an incident in his life. That man is getting along toward 90 years old. He is past 80. I will mention an incident of 50 or 60 years ago. Now just watch the effect, and it will be so casual that if you don't watch you won't know when I do say that thing. But you just watch the effect." He went on down there and accosted this antiquity and made a remark or two. I could not catch up. They were so casual I could not recognize which one it was that touched that bottom, for in an instant that old man was literally in eruption, and was filling the whole place with profanity of the most exquisite kind. You never heard such accomplished profanity. I never heard it also delivered with such eloquence. I never enjoyed profanity as I enjoyed it then, more than if I had been uttering it myself. There is nothing like listening to an artist, all his passions passing away in lava, smoke, thunder, lightning, and earthquake. Then this friend said to me, "Now I will tell you about that. About 60 years ago that man was a young fellow of 23, and had just come home from a 3 years' whaling voyage. He came into that village of his happy and proud because now, instead of being chief mate, he was going to be master of a whale ship, and he was proud and happy about it. Then he found that there had been a kind of a cold frost come upon that town and the whole region round about, for while he had been away the Father Mayhew temperance excitement had come upon the whole region. Therefore everybody had taken the pledge. There wasn't anybody for miles and miles around that had not taken the pledge. So you can see what a solitude it was to this young man, who was fond of his grog, and he was just an outcast, because when they found he would not join Father Mayhew's society, they ostracized him, and he went about that town 3 weeks, day and night, in utter loneliness, the only human being in the whole place who ever took grog, and he had to take it privately. If you don't know what it is to be ostracized, to be shunned by your fellow man, may you never know it. Then he recognized that there was something more valuable in this life than grog, and that is the fellowship of your fellow man. And at last he gave it up, and at 9 o'clock one night he went down to the Father Mathew Temperance Society, and with a broken heart he said, "Put my name down for membership in this society." And then he went away crying, and at earliest dawn the next morning they came for him and routed him out, and they said that new ship of his was ready to sail on a 3 years' voyage. In a minute he was on board that ship and gone. And he said, well, he was not out of sight of that town till he began to repent, but he had made up his mind that he would not take a drink, and so that whole voyage of 3 years was a 3 years' agony to that man, because he saw all the time the mistake he had made. He felt it all through. He had constant reminders of it, because the crew would pass him with their grog, come out on the deck and take it, and there was the tortuous smell of it. He went through the whole 3 years of suffering, and at last, coming into port, it was snowy, it was cold. He was stamping through the snow 2 feet deep on the deck and longing to get home, and there was his crew torturing him to the last minute with hot grog. But at last he had his reward. He really did get to shore at last, and jumped and ran and bought a jug and rushed to the society's office and said to the secretary, "Take my name off your membership books, and do it right away. I have got a 3 years' thirst on." And the secretary said, "It is not necessary. You were blackballed."
End of Russian Sufferers, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 79 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Watterson and Twain as Rebels, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the celebration of Abraham Lincoln's 92nd birthday anniversary, Carnegie Hall, February 11, 1901, to raise funds for the Lincoln Memorial University at Cumberland Gap, Tennessee.
Ladies and gentlemen, the remainder of my duties as presiding chairman here this evening are but 2, only 2. One of them is easy, and the other difficult. That is to say, I must introduce the orator, and then keep still and give him a chance. The name of Henry Watterson carries with it its own explanation. It is like an electric light on top of Madison Square Garden. You touch the button and the light flashes up out of the darkness. You mention the name of Henry Watterson, and your minds are at once illuminated with the splendid radiance of his fame and achievements. A journalist, a soldier, an orator, a statesman, a rebel. Yes, he was a rebel. And, better still, now he is a reconstructed rebel. It is a curious circumstance, a circumstance brought about without any collusion or prearrangement, that he and I, both of whom were rebels related by blood to each other, should be brought here together this evening, bearing a tribute in our hands and bowing our heads in reverence to that noble soul who for 3 years we tried to destroy. I don't know as the fact has ever been mentioned before, but it is a fact, nevertheless. Colonel Watterson and I were both rebels, and we are blood relations. I was a second lieutenant in a Confederate company for a while. Oh, I could have stayed on if I had wanted to. I made myself felt. I left tracks all around the country. I could have stayed on, but it was such weather. I never saw such weather to be out of doors in all my life. The colonel commanded a regiment and did his part, I suppose, to destroy the Union. He did not succeed, yet if he had obeyed me he would have done so. I had a plan, and I fully intended to drive General Grant into the Pacific Ocean, if I could get transportation. I told Colonel Watterson about it. I told him what he had to do. What I wanted him to do was to surround the Eastern Army and wait until I came up. But he was insubordinate. He stuck on some quibble of military etiquette about a second lieutenant giving orders to a colonel or something like that. And what was the consequence? The Union was preserved. This is the first time, I believe, that that secret has ever been revealed. No one outside of the family circle, I think, knew it before. But there the facts are. Watterson saved the Union. Yes, he saved the Union. And yet there he sits, and not a step has been taken or a movement made toward granting him a pension. That is the way things are done. It is a case where some blushing ought to be done. You ought to blush, and I ought to blush. And well, he's a little out of practice now.
End of Watterson and Twain as Rebels, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 80 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Fulton Fund, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address made on the evening of April 19, 1906. Mr. Clemens had been asked to address the association by General Frederick D. Grant, President. He was offered a fee of $1,000, but refused it, saying, "I shall be glad to do it, but I must stipulate that you keep the $1,000 and add it to the memorial fund as my contribution to erect a monument in New York to the memory of the man who applied steam to navigation." At this meeting Mr. Clemens made this formal announcement from the platform. "This is my last appearance on the paid platform. I shall not retire from the gratis platform until I am buried, and courtesy will compel me to keep still and not disturb the others. Now, since I must, I shall say good-bye. I see many faces in this audience well known to me. They are all my friends, and I feel that those I don't know are my friends too. I wish to consider that you represent the nation, and that in saying good-bye to you
I am saying good-bye to the nation. In the great name of humanity, let me say this final word. I offer an appeal in behalf of that vast, pathetic multitude of fathers, mothers, and helpless little children. They were sheltered and happy 2 days ago. Now they are wandering, forlorn, hopeless, and homeless, the victims of a great disaster. So, I beg of you to open your hearts and open your purses and remember San Francisco, the smitten city. I wish to deliver a historical address. I've been studying the history of, let me see. Then he stopped in confusion and walked over to General Fred D. Grant, who sat at the head of the platform. He leaned over in a whisper and then returned to the front of the stage and continued. "Oh, yes, I've been studying Robert Fulton. I've been studying a biographical sketch of Robert Fulton, the inventor of, let's see. Yes, the inventor of the electric telegraph and the Morse sewing machine. Also, I understand he invented the air I have it at last, the dirigible balloon. Yes, the dirigible. But it is a difficult word, and I don't see why anybody should marry a couple of words like that when they don't want to be married at all and are likely to quarrel with each other all the time. I should put that couple of words under the ban of the United States Supreme Court, under its decision of a few days ago, and take 'em out and drown 'em. I used to know Fulton. It used to do me good to see him dashing through the town on a wild bronco. And Fulton was born in, well, it doesn't make much difference where he was born, does it? I remember a man who came to interview me once to get a sketch of my life. I consulted with a friend, a practical man, before he came, to know how I should treat him. Whenever you give the interviewer a fact, he said, give him another fact that will contradict it. Then he'll go away with a jumble that he can't use at all. Be gentle, be sweet, smile like an idiot. Just be natural. That's what my friend told me to do, and I did it. "Where were you born?" asked the interviewer. "Well, I began. "I was born in Alabama, or Alaska, or the Sandwich Islands. I don't know where, but right around there somewhere, and you had better put it down before you forget it." "But you weren't born in all those places," he said. "Well, I've offered you 3 places. Take your choice. They're all at the same price." "How old are you?" he asked. "I shall be 19 in June," I said. "Why, there's such a discrepancy between your age and your looks," he said. "Oh, that's nothing," I said. "I was born discrepantly." Then we got to talking about my brother Samuel, and he told me my explanations were confusing. "I suppose he is dead," I said. "Some said that he was dead, and some said that he wasn't." "Did you bury him without knowing whether he was dead or not?" asked the reporter. "There was a mystery," said I. "We were twins, and one day when we were 2 weeks old, that is, he was 1 week old and I was 1 week old, we got mixed up in the bathtub, and one of us drowned. We never could tell which. One of us had a strawberry birthmark on the back of his hand. There it is on my hand. This is the one that was drowned. There's no doubt about it." "Where's the mystery?" he said. "Why, don't you see how stupid it was to bury the wrong twin?" I answered. I didn't explain it any more because he said the explanation confused him. To me it is perfectly plain. But to get back to Fulton, I am going along like an old man I used to know who used to start to tell a story about his grandfather. He had an awfully retentive memory, and he never finished the story because he switched off into something else. He used to tell about how his grandfather one day went into a pasture where there was a ram. The old man dropped a silver dime in the grass and stooped over to pick it up. The ram was observing him and took the old man's action as an invitation. Just about as he was going to finish about the ram, this friend of mine would recall that his grandfather had a niece who had a glass eye. She used to loan that glass eye to another lady friend, who used it when she received company. The eye didn't fit the friend's face, and it was loose, and whenever she winked, it would turn over. Then he got on the subject of accidents, and he would tell a story about how he believed accidents never happened. There was an Irishman coming down a ladder with a hod of bricks, he said, and a Dutchman was standing on the ground below. The Irishman fell on the Dutchman and killed him. Accident? Never. If the Dutchman hadn't been there, the Irishman would have been killed. Why didn't the Irishman fall on a dog which was next to the Dutchman? Because the dog would have seen him coming. Then he'd get off from the Dutchman to an uncle named Reginald Wilson. Reginald went into a carpet factory one day and got twisted into the machinery's belt. He went excursioning around the factory until he was properly distributed and was woven into 69 yards of the best 3-ply carpet. His wife bought the carpet, and then she erected a monument to his memory. It read, "Sacred to the memory of 69 yards of the best 3-ply carpet containing the mortal remains of Reginald Wilson. Go thou and do likewise." And so on he would ramble about telling the story of his grandfather until we never were told whether he found the 10-cent piece or whether something else happened. End of Robert Fulton Fund by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 81 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fulton Day, Jamestown, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address delivered September 23, 1907. Lieutenant Governor Ellison of Virginia, in introducing Mr. Clemens, said, "The people have come here to bring a tribute of affectionate recollection for the man who has contributed so much to the progress of the world and the happiness of mankind." As Mr. Clemens came down to the platform, the applause became louder and louder until Mr. Clemens held out his hand for silence. It was a great triumph, and it was almost a minute after the applause ceased before Mr. Clemens could speak. He attempted it once, and when the audience noticed his emotion, it cheered again loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am but human, and when you give me a reception like that, I am obliged to wait a little while I get my voice. When you appeal to my head, I don't feel it, but when you appeal to my heart, I do feel it. We are here to celebrate one of the greatest events of American history, and not only in American history, but in the world's history. Indeed, it was the application of steam by Robert Fulton. It was a world event. There are not many of them. It is peculiarly an American event, that is true, but the influence was very broad in effect. We should regard this day as a very great American holiday. We have not many that are exclusively American holidays. We have the 4th of July, which we regard as an American holiday, but it is nothing of the kind. I am waiting for a descending voice. All great efforts that led up to the 4th of July were made not by Americans, but by English residents of America, subjects of the King of England. They fought all the fighting that was done. They shed and spilt all the blood that was spilt, in securing to us the invaluable liberties which are incorporated in the Declaration of Independence. But they were not Americans. They signed the Declaration of Independence. No American's name is signed to that document at all. There never was an American such as you and I are until after the Revolution, when it had all been fought out and liberty secured, after the adoption of the Constitution, and the recognition of the independence of America by all powers. While we revere the 4th of July, and let us always revere it, and the liberties it conferred upon us, yet it was not an American event, a great American day. It was an American who applied that steam successfully. There are not a great many world events, and we have our full share. The telegraph, telephone, and the application of steam to navigation, these are great American events. Today I have been requested, or I have requested myself, not to confine myself to furnishing you with information, but to remind you of things, and to introduce one of the nation's celebrants. Admiral Harrington here is going to tell you all that I have left untold. I am going to tell you all that I know, and then he will follow up with such rags and remnants as he can find, and tell you what he knows. No doubt you have heard a great deal about Robert Fulton and the influences that have grown from his invention, but the little steamboat is suffering neglect. You probably do not know a great deal about that boat. It was the most important steamboat in the world. I was there and saw it. Admiral Harrington was there at the time. It need not surprise you, for he is not as old as he looks. That little boat was interesting in every way. The size of it. The boat was consults Admiral. He said 10 feet long. The breadth of that boat, consults Admiral, 200 feet. You see, the first and most important detail is the length, then the breadth, and then the depth. The depth of that boat was, consults again. The Admiral says it was a flat boat. Then her tonnage. You know nothing about a boat until you know two more things, her speed and her tonnage. We know the speed she made. She made 4 miles, and sometimes 5 miles. It was on her initial trip, on August 11th, 1807, that she made her initial trip, when she went from, consults Admiral, Jersey City to Chicago. That's right. She went by way of Albany. Now comes the tonnage of that boat. Tonnage of a boat means the amount of displacement. Displacement means the amount of water a vessel can shove in a day. The tonnage of man is estimated by the amount of whiskey he can displace in a day. Robert Fulton named the Clermont in honor of his bride, that is, Clermont was the name of the county seat. I feel that it surprises you that I know so much. In my remarks of welcome of Admiral Harrington, I am not going to give him compliments. Compliments always embarrass a man. You do not know anything to say. It does not inspire you with words. There is nothing you can say in answer to a compliment. I have been complimented myself a great many times, and they always embarrass me. I always feel that they have not said enough. The Admiral and myself have held public office. and were associated together a great deal, in a friendly way, in the time of Pocahontas. That incident where Pocahontas saves the life of Smith from her father, Powhatan's club, was gotten up by the Admiral and myself to advertise Jamestown. At that time the Admiral and myself did not have the facilities of advertising that you have. I have known Admiral Harrington in all kinds of situations, in public service, on the platform, and in the chain gang now and then, but it was a mistake, a case of mistaken identity. I do not think it is at all a necessity to tell you Admiral Harrington's public history. You know that it is in the histories. I am not here to tell you anything about his public life, but to expose his private life. I am something of a poet. When the great poet laureate Tennyson died, and I found that the place was open, I tried to get it. But I did not get it. Anybody can write the first line of a poem, but it is a very difficult task to make the second line rhyme with the first. When I was down in Australia there were two towns named Johnswood and Parham. I made this rhyme: The people of Johnswood are pious and good. The people of Parham, they don't care a— I do not want to compliment Admiral Harrington, but as long as such men as he devote their lives to the public service, the credit of the country will never cease. I will say that the same high qualities, the same moral and intellectual attainments, the same graciousness of manner, of conduct, of observation and expression have caused Admiral Harrington to be mistaken for me, and I have been mistaken for him. A mutual compliment can go no further, and I now have the honor and privilege of introducing to you Admiral Harrington.
End of Fulton Day, Jamestown, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 82 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lotus Club Dinner in Honor of Mark Twain, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the first formal dinner in the new clubhouse, November 11, 1893. In introducing the guest of the evening, Mr. Lawrence said,
"Tonight the old faces appear once more amid new surroundings. The place where last we met about the table has vanished, and tonight we have our first lotus dinner in a home that is all our own. It is peculiarly fitting that the board should now be spread in honor of one who has been a member of the club for full a score of years, and it is a happy augury for the future that our fellow member whom we assemble to greet should be the bearer of a most distinguished name in the world of letters, for the Lotus Club is ever at its best when paying homage to genius in literature or in art. Is there a civilized being who has not heard the name of Mark Twain? We knew him long years ago, before he came out of the boundless West, brimful of wit and eloquence, with no reverence for anything, and went abroad to educate the untutored European in the subtleties of the American joke. The world has looked on and applauded while he has broken many images. He has led us in imagination all over the globe. With him as our guide we have traversed alike the Mississippi and the Sea of Galilee. At his bidding we have laughed at 1,000 absurdities. By a laborious process of reasoning he has convinced us that the Egyptian mummies are actually dead. He has held us spellbound upon the plain at the foot of the great Sphinx, and we have joined him in weeping bitter tears at the tomb of Adam. Tonight we greet him in the flesh. What name is there in literature that can be likened to his? Perhaps some of the distinguished gentlemen about this table can tell us, but I know of none. Himself, his only parallel. Mr. President, gentlemen, and fellow members of the Lotos Club, I have seldom in my lifetime listened to compliments so felicitously phrased or so well deserved. I return thanks for them from a full heart and an appreciative spirit, and I will say this in self-defense. While I am charged with having no reverence for anything, I wish to say that I have reverence for the man who can utter such truths, and I also have a deep reverence and a sincere one for a club that can do such justice to me. To be the chief guest of such a club is something to be envied, and if I read your countenances rightly, I am envied. I am glad to see this club in such palatial quarters. I remember it 20 years ago when it was housed in a stable. Now, when I was studying for the ministry, there were 2 or 3 things that struck my attention particularly. At the first banquet mentioned in history that other prodigal son who came back from his travels was invited to stand up and have his say. They were all there, his brethren, David and Goliath, and if he had had such experience as I have had he would have waited until those other people got through talking. He got up and testified to all his failings. Now, if he had waited before telling all about his riotous living until the others had spoken, he might not have given himself away as he did, and I think that I would give myself away if I should go on. I think I'd better wait until the others hand in their testimony. Then, if it is necessary for me to make an explanation, I will get up and explain, and if I cannot do that, I'll deny it happened.
Later in the evening Mr. Clemens made another speech, replying to a fire of short speeches by Charles Dudley Warner, Charles A. Dana, Seth Low, General Porter, and many others, each welcoming the guest of honor.
I don't see that I have a great deal to explain. I got off very well, considering the opportunities that these other fellows had. I don't see that Mr. Low said anything against me, and neither did Mr. Dana. However, I will say that I never heard so many lies told in one evening as were told by Mr. McElway, and I consider myself very capable. But even in his case, when he got through, I was gratified by finding how much he hadn't found out. By accident, he missed the very things that I didn't want to have said. And now, gentlemen, about Americanism. I have been on the continent of Europe for 2½ years. I have met many Americans there, some sojourning for a short time only, others making protracted stays, and it has been very gratifying to me to find that nearly all preserved their Americanism. I have found they all like to see the flag fly, and that their hearts rise when they see the stars and stripes. I met only one lady who had forgotten the land of her birth and glorified monarchical institutions. I think it is a great thing to say that in 2½ years I met only one person who had fallen a victim to the shams, I think we may call them shams, of nobilities and of heredities. She was entirely lost in them. After I had listened to her for a long time, I said to her, "At least you must admit that we have one merit. We are not like the Chinese, who refuse to allow their citizens who are tired of the country to leave it. Thank God we don't."
End of Lotus Club Dinner in Honor of Mark Twain, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 83 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Copyright by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. With Mr. Howells, Edward Everett Hale, Thomas Nelson Page, and a number of other authors, Mr. Clemens appeared before the committee December 6, 1906. The new Copyright Bill contemplated an author's copyright for the term of his life and for 50 years thereafter, applying also for the benefit of artists, musicians, and others. But the authors did most of the talking. F. D. Millet made a speech for the artists, and John Philip Sousa for the musicians. Mr. Clemens was the last speaker of the day, and its chief feature. He made a speech, the serious parts of which created a strong impression, and the humorous parts set the senators and representatives in roars of laughter.
I have read this bill. At least I have read such portions as I could understand. Nobody but a practiced legislator can read the bill and thoroughly understand it, and I am not a practiced legislator. I am interested particularly and especially in the part of the bill which concerns my trade. I like that extension of copyright life to the author's life and 50 years afterward. I think that would satisfy any reasonable author, because it would take care of his children. Let the grandchildren take care of themselves. That would take care of my daughters, and after that I am not particular. I shall then have long been out of this struggle, independent of it, indifferent to it. It isn't objectionable to me that all the trades and professions in the United States are protected by the bill. I like that. They are all important and worthy, and if we can take care of them under the copyright law, I should like to see it done. I should like to see oyster culture added, and anything else. I am aware that copyright must have a limit, because that is required by the Constitution of the United States, which sets aside the earlier Constitution, which we call the Decalogue. The Decalogue says you shall not take away from any man his profit. I don't like to be obliged to use the harsh term. What the Decalogue really says is, "Thou shalt not steal." But I am trying to use more polite language. The laws of England and America do take it away, do select but one class, the people who create the literature of the land. They always talk handsomely about the literature of the land, always what a fine, great, monumental thing a great literature is, and in the midst of their enthusiasm they turn around and do what they can to discourage it. I know we must have a limit, but 42 years is too much of a limit. I am quite unable to guess why there should be a limit at all to the possession of the product of a man's labor. There is no limit to real estate. Dr. Hale has suggested that a man might just as well, after discovering a coal mine and working it 42 years, have the government step in and take it away. What is the excuse? It is that the author who produced that book has had the profit of it long enough, and therefore the government takes a profit which does not belong to it and generously gives it to the 88 millions of people. But it doesn't do anything of the kind. It merely takes the author's property, takes his children's bread, and gives the publisher double profit. He goes on publishing the book, and as many of his confederates as choose to go into the conspiracy do so, and they rear families in affluence. And they continue the enjoyment of those ill-gotten gains generation after generation, forever, for they never die. In a few weeks or months or years I shall be out of it, I hope under a monument. I hope I shall not be entirely forgotten, and I shall subscribe to the monument myself. But I shall not be caring what happens if there are 50 years left of my copyright. My copyright produces annually a good deal more than I can use, but my children can use it. I can get along. I know a lot of trades. But that goes to my daughters, who can't get along as well as I can, because I have carefully raised them as young ladies who don't know anything and can't do anything. I hope Congress will extend to them the charity which they have failed to get from me. Why, if a man who is not even mad, but only strenuous about race suicide, should come to me and try to get me to use my large political and ecclesiastical influence to get a bill passed by this Congress limiting families to 22 children by one mother, I should try to calm him down. I should reason with him. I should say to him, "Leave it alone. Leave it alone and it will take care of itself. Only one couple a year in the United States can reach that limit. If they have reached that limit, let them go right on. Let them have all the liberty they want. In restricting that family to 22 children, you are merely conferring discomfort and unhappiness on one family per year in a nation of 88 million, which is not worth while." It is the very same with copyright. One author per year produces a book which can outlive the 42-year limit. That's all. This nation can't produce 2 authors a year that can do it. The thing is demonstrably impossible. All that the limited copyright can do is to take the bread out of the mouths of the children of that one author per year. I made an estimate some years ago, when I appeared before a committee of the House of Lords, that we had published in this country since the Declaration of Independence 220,000 books. They have all gone. They had all perished before they were 10 years old. It is only one book in 1,000 that can outlive the 42-year limit. Therefore, why put a limit at all? You might as well limit the family to 22 children. If you recall the Americans in the 19th century who wrote books that lived 42 years, you will have to begin with Cooper. You can follow with Washington Irving, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Edgar Allan Poe, and there you have to wait a long time. You come to Emerson, and you have to stand still and look further. You find Howells and T.B. Aldrich, and then your numbers begin to run pretty thin, and you question if you can name 20 persons in the United States who, in a whole century, have written books that would live 42 years. Why, you could take them all and put them on one bench there, pointing. Add the wives and children, and you could put the result on 2 or 3 more benches. 100 persons, That is the little insignificant crowd whose bread and butter is to be taken away for what purpose, for what profit to anybody? You turn these few books into the hands of the pirate and of the legitimate publisher too, and they get the profit that should have gone to the wife and children. When I appeared before that committee of the House of Lords, the chairman asked me what limit I would propose. I said, perpetuity. I could see some resentment in his manner, and he said the idea was illogical, for the reason that it has long ago been decided that there can be no such thing as property in ideas. I said there was property in ideas before Queen Anne's time. They had perpetual copyright. I said, what is a book? A book is just built from base to roof on ideas, and there can be no property in it. I said I wished he could mention any kind of property on this planet that had a pecuniary value which was not derived from an idea or ideas. He said real estate. I put a supposititious case. A dozen Englishmen who travel through South Africa and camp out, and 11 of them see nothing at all. They are mentally blind. But there is one in the party who knows what this harbor means and what the lay of the land means. To him it means that some day a railway will go through here, and there on that harbor a great city will spring up. That is his idea. And he has another idea, which is to go and trade his last bottle of Scotch whiskey and his last horse blanket to the principal chief of that region and buy a piece of land the size of Pennsylvania. That was the value of an idea, that the day would come when the Cape to Cairo railway would be built. Every improvement that is put upon the real estate is the result of an idea in somebody's head. The skyscraper is another idea. The railroad is another. The telephone and all those things are merely symbols which represent ideas. An andiron, a washtub, is the result of an idea that did not exist before. So if, as that gentleman said, a book does consist solely of ideas, that is the best argument in the world that it is property, and should not be under any limitation at all. We don't ask for that. 50 years from now we shall ask for it. I hope the bill will pass without any deleterious amendments. I do seem to be extraordinarily interested in a whole lot of arts and things that I have got nothing to do with. It is a part of my generous, liberal nature. I can't help it. I feel the same sort of charity to everybody that was manifested by a gentleman who arrived at home at 2 o'clock in the morning from the club and was feeling so perfectly satisfied with life, so happy and so comfortable, and there was his house weaving, weaving, weaving around. He watched his chance, and by, when the steps got in his neighborhood, he made a jump and climbed up and got on the portico. And the house went on weaving and weaving and weaving, but he watched the door, and when it came around his way he plunged through it. He got to the stairs, and when he went up on all fours the house was so unsteady that he could hardly make his way, but at last he got to the top and raised his foot and put it on the top step. But only the toe hitched on the step, and he rolled down and fetched up on the bottom step, with his arm around the newel post. And he said, "God pity the poor sailors out at sea on a night like this."
End of copyright by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 84 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Aid of the Blind by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at a public meeting of the New York Association for Promoting the Interests of the Blind at the Waldorf Astoria, March 29, 1906.
If you detect any awkwardness in my movements and infelicities in my conduct, I will offer the explanation that I never presided at a meeting of any kind before in my life, and that I do find it out of my line. I supposed I could do anything anybody else could, but I recognize that experience helps, and I do feel the lack of that experience. I don't feel as graceful and easy as I ought to be in order to impress an audience. I shall not pretend that I know how to umpire a meeting like this, and I shall just take the humble place of the Essex band. There was a great gathering in a small New England town about 25 years ago. I remember that circumstance because there was something that happened at that time. It was a great occasion. They gathered in the militia and orators and everybody from all the towns around. It was an extraordinary occasion. The little local paper threw itself into ecstasies of admiration and tried to do itself proud from beginning to end. It praised the orators, the militia, and all the bands that came from everywhere, and all this in honest country newspaper detail. But the writer ran out of adjectives towards the end. Having exhausted his whole magazine of praise and glorification, he found he still had one band left over. He had to say something about it, and he said, "The Essex band done the best it could." I am an Essex band on this occasion, and I am going to get through as well as inexperience and good intentions will enable me. I have got all the documents here necessary to instruct you in the objects and intentions of this meeting, and also of the association which has called the meeting, but they are too voluminous. I could not pack those statistics into my head, and I had to give it up. I shall have to just reduce all that mass of statistics to a few salient facts. There are too many statistics and figures for me. I never could do anything with figures, never had any talent for mathematics, never accomplished anything in my efforts at that rugged study, and today the only mathematics I know is multiplication, and the minute I get away up in that, as soon as I reach 9 times 7.
Mr. Clemens lapsed into deep thought for a moment. He was trying to figure out 9 times 7, but it was a hopeless task, and he turned to St. Clair McKelway, who sat near him. Mr. McKelway whispered the answer, and the speaker resumed.
"I've got it now. It's 84. Well, I can get that far all right with a little hesitation. After that I am uncertain, and I can't manage a statistic. This association for the—"
Mr. Clemens was in another dilemma. Again he was obliged to turn to Mr. McKelway.
"Oh, yes, for promoting the interests of the blind. It's a long name. If I could, I would write it out for you and let you take it home and study it, but I don't know how to spell it. And Mr. Carnegie is down in Virginia somewhere. Well, anyway, the object of that association, which has been recently organized, 5 months ago, in fact, is in the hands of very, very energetic, intelligent, and capable people, and they will push it to success very surely, and all the more surely if you will give them a little of your assistance out of your pockets. The intention, the purpose, is to search out all the blind and find work for them to do so that they may earn their own bread. Now, it is dismal enough to be blind. It is dreary, dreary life at best. But it can be largely ameliorated by finding something for these poor blind people to do with their hands. The time passes so heavily that it is never day or night with them. It is always night, and when they have to sit with folded hands and with nothing to do to amuse or entertain or employ their minds, it is drearier and drearier. And then the knowledge they have that they must subsist on charity, and so often reluctant charity. It would renew their lives if they could have something to do with their hands and pass their time and at the same time earn their bread, and know the sweetness of the bread which is the result of the labor of one's own hands. They need that cheer and pleasure. It is the only way you can turn their night into day, to give them happy hearts, the only thing you can put in the place of the blessed sun. That you can do in the way I speak of. Blind people generally who have seen the light know what it is to miss the light. Those who have gone blind since they were 20 years old, their lives are unendingly dreary. But they can be taught to use their hands and to employ themselves at a great many industries. That association, from which this draws its birth in Cambridge, Massachusetts, has taught its blind to make many things. They make them better than most people, and more honest than people who have the use of their eyes. The goods they make are readily salable. People like them, and so they are supporting themselves, and it is a matter of cheer. Cheer. They pass their time now not too irksomely as they formerly did. What this association needs and wants is $15,000. The figures are set down, and what the money is for, and there is no graft in it, or I would not be here. And they hope to beguile that out of your pockets, and you will find affixed to the program an opportunity, that little blank which you will fill out and promise so much money now or tomorrow or sometime. Then there is another opportunity which is still better, and that is that you shall subscribe an annual sum. I have invented a good many useful things in my time, but never anything better than that of getting money out of people who don't want to part with it. It is always for good objects, of course. This is the plan. When you call upon a person to contribute to a great and good object, and you think he should furnish about $1,000, he disappoints you as like as not. Much the best way to work him to supply that $1,000 is to split it into parts and contribute, say, $100 a year, or $50, or whatever the sum may be. Let him contribute 10 or 20 a year. He doesn't feel that, but he does feel it when you call upon him to contribute a large amount. When you get used to it, you would rather contribute than borrow money. I tried it in Helen Keller's case. Mr. Hutton wrote me in 1896 or 1897, when I was in London, and said, "The gentleman who has been so liberal in taking care of Helen Keller has died without making provision for her in his will, and now they don't know what to do." They were proposing to raise a fund, and he thought $50,000 enough to furnish an income of $2,400 or $2,500 a year for the support of that wonderful girl and her wonderful teacher, Miss Sullivan, now Mrs. Macy. I wrote to Mr. Hutton and said, "Go on, get up your fund. It will be slow, but if you want quick work, I propose this system." The system I speak of asking people to contribute such and such a sum from year to year, and drop out whenever they please, and he would find there wouldn't be any difficulty. People wouldn't feel the burden of it. And he wrote back saying he had raised the $2,400 a year indefinitely by that system in a single afternoon. We would like to do something just like that tonight. We will take as many checks as you care to give. You can leave your donations in the big room outside. I knew once what it was to be blind. I shall never forget that experience. I have been as blind as anybody ever was for 3 or 4 hours, and the sufferings that I endured and the mishaps and the accidents that are burning in my memory make my sympathy rise when I feel for the blind, and always shall feel. I once went to Heidelberg on an excursion. I took a clergyman along with me, the Reverend Joseph Twitchell of Hartford, who is still among the living despite that fact. I always travel with clergymen when I can. It is better for them. It is better for me. And any preacher who goes out with me in stormy weather and without a lightning rod is a good one. The Reverend Twitchell is one of those people filled with patience and endurance, two good ingredients for a man traveling with me, so we got along very well together. In that old town they have not altered a house nor built one in 1,500 years. We went to the inn, and they placed Twitchell and me in a most colossal bedroom, the largest I ever saw or heard of. It was as big as this room. I didn't take much notice of the place. I didn't really get my bearings. I noticed Twitchell got a German bed about 2 feet wide, the kind in which you've got to lie on your edge, because there isn't room to lie on your back, and he was way down the south in that big room, and I was way up north at the other end of it, with a regular Sahara in between. We went to bed. Twitchell went to sleep, but then he had his conscience loaded, and it was easy for him to get to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep. It was one of those torturing kinds of lovely summer nights when you hear various kinds of noises now and then. A mouse away off in the southwest. You throw things at the mouse. That encourages the mouse. But I couldn't stand it, and about 2 o'clock I got up and thought I would give it up and go out in the square, where there was one of those tinkling fountains, and sit on its brink and dream, full of romance. I got out of bed, and I ought to have lit a candle, but I didn't think of it until it was too late. It was the darkest place that ever was. There has never been darkness any thicker than that. It just lay in cakes. I thought that before dressing I would accumulate my clothes. I pawed around in the dark and found everything packed together on the floor except one sock. I couldn't get on the track of that sock. It might have occurred to me that maybe it was in the wash, but I didn't think of that. I went excursioning on my hands and knees. Presently I thought, I am never going to find it. I'll go back to bed again. That is what I tried to do during the next 3 hours. I had lost the bearings of that bed. I was going in the wrong direction all the time. By and by I came in collision with a chair, and that encouraged me. It seemed to me, as far as I could recollect, there was only a chair here and there and yonder, 5 or 6 of them scattered over this territory, and I thought maybe after I found that chair I might find the next one. Well, I did, and I found another, and another, and another. I kept going around on my hands and knees, having those sudden collisions, and finally, when I banged into another chair, I almost lost my temper, and I raised up, garbed as I was, not for public exhibition, right in front of a mirror 15 or 16 feet high. I hadn't noticed the mirror, didn't know it was there, and when I saw myself in the mirror I was frightened out of my wits. I don't allow any ghosts to bite me, and I took up a chair and smashed at it, 1,000,000 pieces. Then I reflected. That's the way I always do, and it's unprofitable unless a man has had much experience that way and has clear judgment. And I had judgment, and I would have had to pay for that mirror if I hadn't recollected to say it was Twichell who broke it. Then I got down on my hands and knees and went on another exploring expedition. As far as I could remember, there were 6 chairs in that Oklahoma, and 1 table, a great big heavy table, not a good table to hit with your head when rushing madly along. In the course of time I collided with 35 chairs, and tables enough to stock that dining room out there. It was a hospital for decayed furniture, and it was in a worse condition when I got through with it. I went on, and at last got to a place where I could feel my way up, and there was a shelf. I knew that wasn't in the middle of the room. Up to that time I was afraid I had gotten out of the city. I was very careful and pawed along that shelf, and there was a pitcher of water about a foot high, and it was at the head of Twichell's bed, but I didn't know it. I felt that pitcher going, and I grabbed at it, but it didn't help any and came right down in Twichell's face and nearly drowned him, but it woke him up. I was grateful to have company on any terms. He lit a match, and there I was, way down south when I ought to have been back up yonder. My bed was out of sight, it was so far away. You needed a telescope to find it. Twichell comforted me, and I scrubbed him off, and we got sociable. But that night wasn't wasted. I had my pedometer on my leg. Twichell and I were in a pedometer match. Twichell had longer legs than I. The only way I could keep up was to wear my pedometer to bed. I always walk in my sleep, and on this occasion I gained 16 miles on him. After all, I never found that sock. I never have seen it from that day to this. But that adventure taught me what it is to be blind. That was one of the most serious occasions of my whole life, yet I never can speak of it without somebody thinking it isn't serious. You try it and see how serious it is to be as the blind are, and I was that night. Mr. Clemens read several letters of regret. He then introduced Joseph H. Choate, saying, "It is now my privilege to present to you Mr. Choate. I don't have to really introduce him. I don't have to praise him or to flatter him. I could say truly that in the 47 years I have been familiarly acquainted with him, he has always been the handsomest man America has ever produced, and I hope and believe he will hold the belt 45 years more. He has served his country ably, faithfully, and brilliantly. He stands at the summit, at the very top in the esteem and regard of his countrymen, and if I could say one word which would lift him any higher in his countrymen's esteem and affection, I would say that word, whether it was true or not." End of In Aid of the Blind, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 85 of Mark Twain's Speeches, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Dr. Mark Twain, Pharmacopath, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the annual dinner of the New York Postgraduate Medical School and Hospital, January 21, 1909. The President, Dr. George N. Miller, in introducing Mr. Clemens, referred to his late experience with burglars.
Gentlemen and doctors, I am glad to be among my own kind tonight. I was once a sharpshooter, but now I practice a much higher and equally as deadly a profession. It wasn't so very long ago that I became a member of your cult, and for the time I've been in the business, my record is one that can't be scoffed at. As to the burglars, I am perfectly familiar with these people. I have always had a good deal to do with burglars. Not officially, but through their attentions to me. I never suffered anything at the hands of a burglar. They have invaded my house time and time again. They never got anything. Then those people who burglarized our house in September, we got back the plated ware they took off, we jailed them, and I have been sorry ever since. They did us a great service. They scared off all the servants in the place. I consider the Children's Theater, of which I am president, and the Postgraduate Medical School as the two greatest institutions in the country. This school, in bringing its 20,000 physicians from all parts of the country, bringing them up to date, and sending them back with renewed confidence, has surely saved hundreds of thousands of lives which otherwise would have been lost. I have been practicing now for 7 months. When I settled on my farm in Connecticut in June, I found the community very thinly settled, and since I have been engaged in practice it has become more thinly settled still. This gratifies me, as indicating that I am making an impression on my community. I suppose it is the same with all of you. I have always felt that I ought to do something for you, and so I organized a Redding, Connecticut, branch of the postgraduate school. I am only a country farmer up there, but I am doing the best I can. Of course, the practice of medicine and surgery in a remote country district has its disadvantages, but in my case I am happy in a division of responsibility. I practice in conjunction with a horse doctor, a sexton, and an undertaker. The combination is airtight, and once a man is stricken in our district, escape is impossible for him. These 4 of us, 3 in the regular profession and the 4th an undertaker, are all good men. There is Bill Ferguson, the Redding undertaker. Bill is there in every respect. He is a little lukewarm on general practice and writes his name with a rubber stamp. Like my old Southern friend, he is one of the finest planters anywhere. Then there is Jim Ruggles, the horse doctor. Ruggles is one of the best men I have got. He also is not much on general medicine, but he is a fine horse doctor. Ferguson doesn't make any money off him. You see, the combination started this way. When I got up to Redding and had become a doctor, I looked around to see what my chances were for aiding in the great work. The first thing I did was to determine what manner of doctor I was to be. Being a Connecticut farmer, I naturally consulted my pharmacopoeia, and at once decided to become a pharmacopath. Then I got circulating about and got in touch with Ferguson and Ruggles. Ferguson joined readily in my ideas, but Ruggles kept saying that, while it was all right for an undertaker to get aboard, he couldn't see where it helped horses. Well, We started to find out what was the trouble with the community, and it didn't take long to find out that there was just one disease, and that was race suicide. And driving about the countryside, I was told by my fellow farmers that it was the only rational human and valuable disease. But it is cutting into our profits so that we'll either have to stop it or we'll have to move. We've had some funny experiences up there in Redding. Not long ago a fellow came along with a rolling gait and a distressed face. We asked him what was the matter. We always hold consultations on every case, as there isn't business enough for four. He said he didn't know, but that he was a sailor, and perhaps that might help us to give a diagnosis. We treated him for that, and I never saw a man die more peacefully. That same afternoon my dog Tige treed an African gentleman. We chained up the dog, and then the gentleman came down and said he had appendicitis. We asked him if he wanted to be cut open, and he said yes, that he'd like to know if there was anything in it. So we cut him open and found nothing in him but darkness. So we diagnosed his case as infidelity, because he was dark inside. Teague is a very clever dog, and aids us greatly. The other day a patient came to me and inquired if I was old Dr. Clemens. As a practitioner I have given a great deal of my attention to Bright's disease. I have made some rules for treating it that may be valuable. Listen. Rule 1. When approaching the bedside of one whom an all-wise President, I mean an all-wise Providence, well, anyway, it's the same thing, has seen fit to afflict with disease, well, the rule is simple, even if it is old-fashioned. Rule 2. I've forgotten just what it is, but Rule 3, this is always indispensable. Bleed your patient. End of Dr. Mark Twain, Pharmapath, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 86 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Missouri University Speech by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address delivered June 4, 1902, at Columbia, Missouri. When the name of Samuel L. Clemens was called, the humorist stepped forward, put his hand to his hair, and apparently hesitated. There was a dead silence for a moment. Suddenly the entire audience rose and stood in silence. Someone began to spell out the word Missouri, with an interval between the letters. All joined in. Then the house again became silent. Mr. Clemens broke the spell. "As you are all standing," he drawled in his characteristic voice, "I suppose I had better stand too." Then came a laugh and loud cries for a speech. As the great humorist spoke of his recent visit to Hannibal, his old home town, his voice trembled. "You cannot know what a strain it was on my emotions," he said. "In fact, when I found myself shaking hands with persons I had not seen for 50 years, and looking into wrinkled faces that were so young and joyous when I last saw them, I experienced emotions that I had never expected, and did not know were in me. I was profoundly moved and saddened to think that this was the last time, perhaps, that I would ever behold those kind old faces and dear old scenes of childhood.
The humorist then changed to a lighter mood, and for a time the audience was in a continual roar of laughter. He was particularly amused at the eulogy on himself read by Gardner Lathrop in conferring the degree.
"He has a fine opportunity to distinguish himself," said Mr. Clemens, "by telling the truth about me. I have seen it stated in print that as a boy I had been guilty of stealing peaches, apples, and watermelons. I read a story to this effect very closely not long ago, and I was convinced of one thing, which was that the man who wrote it was of the opinion that it was wrong to steal, and that I had not acted right in doing so. I wish now, however, to make an honest statement, which is that I do not believe, in all my checkered career, I stole a ton of peaches. One night I removed a watermelon from a wagon while the owner was attending to another customer. I crawled off to a secluded spot where I found that it was green, but it was the greenest melon in the Mississippi Valley. Then I began to reflect. I began to be sorry. I wondered what George Washington would have done had he been in my place. I thought a long time, and then suddenly felt that strange feeling which comes to a man with a good resolution, and I took up that watermelon and took it back to its owner. I handed him the watermelon and told him to reform. He took my lecture much to heart, and when he gave me a good one in place of the green melon, I forgave him. I told him that I would still be a customer of his, and that I cherished no ill feeling because of the incident. That would remain green in my memory.
End of Missouri University speech by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. This is section 87 of Mark Twain speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Business by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. The alumni of Eastman College gave their annual banquet March 30th, 1901, at the YMCA building. Mr. James G. Cannon of the Fourth National Bank made the first speech of the evening, after which Mr. Clemens was introduced by Mr. Bailey as the personal friend of Tom Sawyer, who was one of the types of successful businessmen.
Mr. Cannon has furnished me with texts enough to last as slow a speaker as myself all the rest of the night. I took exception to the introducing of Mr. Cannon as a great financier, as if he were the only great financier present. I am a financier, but my methods are not the same as Mr. Cannon's. I cannot say that I have turned out the great businessman that I thought I was when I began life, but I am comparatively young yet, and may learn. I am rather inclined to believe that what troubled me was that I got the big head early in the game. I want to explain to you a few points of difference between the principles of business as I see them and those that Mr. Cannon believes in. He says that the primary rule of business success is loyalty to your employer. That's all right as a theory. What is the matter with loyalty to yourself? As nearly as I can understand Mr. Cannon's methods, there is one great drawback to them. He wants you to work a great deal. Diligence is a good thing, but taking things easy is much more restful. My idea is that the employer should be the busy man, and the employee the idle one. The employer should be the worried man, and the employee the happy one. And why not? He gets the salary. My plan is to get another man to do the work for me. In that there's more repose. What I want is repose first, last, and all the time. Mr. Cannon says that there are 3 cardinal rules of business success. They are diligence, honesty, and truthfulness. Well, diligence is all right. Let it go as a theory. Honesty is the best policy when there is money in it. But truthfulness is one of the most dangerous. Why, this man is misleading you. I had an experience today with my wife which illustrates this. I was acknowledging a belated invitation to another dinner for this evening, which seemed to have been sent about 10 days ago. It only reached me this morning. I was mortified at the discourtesy into which I had been brought by this delay, and wondered what was being thought of me by my hosts. As I had accepted your invitation, of course I had to send regrets to my other friends. When I started to write this note, my wife came up and stood looking over my shoulder. Women always want to know what is going on. Said she, "Should not that read in the third person?" I conceded that it should, put aside what I was writing, and commenced over again. That seemed to satisfy her, and so she sat down and let me proceed. I then finished my first note, and so sent what I intended. I never could have done this if I had let my wife know the truth about it. Here is what I wrote. To the Ohio Society. I have at this moment received a most kind invitation, 11 days old, from Mr. Southard, President, and a like one, 10 days old, from Mr. Bryant, President of the Press Club. I thank the Society cordially for the compliment of these invitations, although I am booked elsewhere and cannot come. But, I should like to know the name of the lightning express by which they were forwarded, for I owe a friend a dozen chickens, and I believe it will be cheaper to send eggs instead, and let them develop on the road. Sincerely yours, Mark Twain. I want to tell you of some of my experiences in business, and then I will be in a position to lay down one general rule for the guidance of those who want to succeed in business. My first effort was about 25 years ago. I took hold of an invention. I don't know now what it was all about, but someone came to me and told me it was a good thing, and that there was lots of money in it. He persuaded me to invest $15,000, and I lived up to my beliefs by engaging a man to develop it. To make a long story short, I sunk $40,000 in it. Then I took up the publication of a book. I called in a publisher and said to him, "I want you to publish this book along the lines which I shall lay down. I am the employer, and you are the employee. I am going to show them some new kinks in the publishing business, and I want you to draw on me for money as you go along," which he did. He drew on me for $56,000. Then I asked him to take the book and call it off, but he refused to do that. My next venture was with a machine for doing something or other. I knew less about that than I did about the invention. But I sunk $170,000 in the business, and I can't for the life of me recollect what it was the machine was to do. I was still undismayed. You see, one of the strong points about my business life was that I never gave up. I undertook to publish General Grant's book, and made $140,000 in 6 months. My axiom is, to succeed in business, avoid my example.
End of Business by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 88 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Carnegie, the Benefactor by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. At the dinner given in honor of Andrew Carnegie by the Lotus Club, March 17, 1909, Mr. Clemens appeared in a white suit from head to feet. He wore a white double-breasted coat, white trousers, and white shoes. The only relief was a big black cigar, which he confidentially informed the company was not from his usual stack, bought at $3 per barrel.
The state of Missouri has for its coat of arms a barrel head with two Missourians, one on each side of it, and mark the motto, "United we stand, divided we fall." Mr. Carnegie this evening has suffered from compliments. It is interesting to hear what people will say about a man. Why, at the banquet given by this club in my honor, Mr. Carnegie had the inspiration for which the club is now honoring him. If Dunfermline contributed so much to the United States in contributing Mr. Carnegie, what would have happened if all Scotland had turned out? These Dunfermline folk have acquired advantages in coming to America. Dr. McElway paid the top compliment, the cumulation, when he said of Mr. Carnegie, "There is a man who wants to pay more taxes than he is charged." Richard Watson Gilder did very well for a poet. He advertised his magazine. He spoke of hiring Mr. Carnegie. The next thing he will be trying to hire me. If I undertook to pay compliments, I would do it stronger than any others have done it, for what Mr. Carnegie wants are strong compliments. Now the other side of 70 I have preserved, as my chiefest virtue, modesty.
End of Carnegie the Benefactor by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 89 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Poetry, Veracity, and Suicide by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at a dinner of the Manhattan Dickens Fellowship, New York City, February 7, 1906. This dinner was in commemoration of the 94th anniversary of the birth of Charles Dickens. On another occasion, Mr. Clemens told the same story with variations and a different conclusion to the University Settlement Society.
I always had taken an interest in young people who wanted to become poets. I remember I was particularly interested in one budding poet when I was a reporter. His name was Butter. One day he came to me and said, disconsolately, that he was going to commit suicide. He was tired of life, not being able to express his thoughts in poetic form. Butter asked me what I thought of the idea. I said I would, that it was a good idea. You can do me a friendly turn. You go off in a private place and do it there, and I'll get it all. You do it, and I'll do as much for you sometime. At first he determined to drown himself. Drowning is so nice and clean, and writes up so well in a newspaper. But things ne'er do go smoothly in weddings, suicides, or courtships. Only there at the edge of the water Where butter was to end himself lay a life-preserver, a big round canvas one, which would float after the scrap iron was soaked out of it. Butter wouldn't kill himself with the life-preserver in sight, and so I had an idea. I took it to a pawn-shop and soaked it for a revolver. The pawnbroker didn't think much of the exchange, but when I explained the situation he acquiesced. We went up on top of a high building, and this is what happened to the poet. He put the revolver to his forehead and blew a tunnel straight through his head. The tunnel was about the size of your finger. You could look right through it. The job was complete. There was nothing in it. Well, after that man never could write prose, but he could write poetry. He could write it after he had blown his brains out. There is lots of that talent all over the country, but the trouble is they don't develop it. I am suffering now from the fact that I, who have told the truth a good many times in my life, have lately received more letters than anybody else urging me to lead a righteous life. I have more friends who want to see me develop on a high level than anybody else. Young John D. Rockefeller, 2 weeks ago, taught his Bible class all about veracity, and why it was better that everybody should always keep a plentiful supply on hand. Some of the letters I have received suggest that I ought to attend his class and learn too. Why, I know Mr. Rockefeller, and he is a good fellow. He is competent in many ways to teach a Bible class, but when it comes to veracity, he is only 35 years old. I'm 70 years old. I have been familiar with veracity twice as long as he. And the story about George Washington and his little hatchet has also been suggested to me in these letters, in a fugitive way, as if I needed some of George Washington and his hatchet in my constitution. Why, dear me, they overlook the real point in that story. The point is not the one that is usually suggested, and you can readily see that. The point is not that George said to his father, "Yes, father, I cut down the cherry tree. I can't tell a lie," but that the little boy, only 7 years old, should have his sagacity developed under such circumstances. He was a boy wise beyond his years. His conduct, then, was a prophecy of later years. Yes, I think he was the most remarkable man the country ever produced. Up to my time, anyway. Now then, little George realized that circumstantial evidence was against him. He knew that his father would know from the size of the chips that no full-grown hatchet cut that tree down, and that no man would have haggled it so. He knew that his father would send around the plantation and inquire for a small boy with a hatchet, and he had the wisdom to come out and confess it. Now, the idea that his father was overjoyed when he told little George that he would rather have him cut down 1,000 cherry trees than tell a lie is all nonsense. What did he really mean? Why, that he was absolutely astonished that he had a son who had the chance to tell a lie and didn't. I admire old George, if that was his name, for his discernment. He knew when he said that his son couldn't tell a lie that he was stretching it a good deal. He wouldn't have to go to John D. Rockefeller's Bible class to find that out. The way the old George Washington story goes down, it doesn't do anybody any good. It only discourages people who can tell a lie.
End of On Poetry, Veracity, and Suicide by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 90 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Welcome Home by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. Address at the dinner in his honor at the Lotus Club, November 10, 1900. In August 1895, just before sailing for Australia, Mr. Clemens issued the following statement. It has been reported that I sacrificed, for the benefit of the creditors, the property of the publishing firm whose financial backer I was, and that I am now lecturing for my own benefit. This is an error. I intend the lectures, as well as the property, for the creditors. The law recognizes no mortgage on a man's brains, and a merchant who has given up all he has may take advantage of the laws of insolvency and may start free again for himself. But I am not a business man, and honor is a harder master than the law. It cannot compromise for less than 100 cents on a dollar, and its debts are never outlawed. I had a 2/3 interest in the publishing firm whose capital I furnished. If the firm had prospered, I would have expected to collect 2/3 of the profits. As it is, I expect to pay all the debts. My partner has no resources, and I do not look for assistance to my wife, whose contributions in cash from her own means have nearly equaled the claims of all the creditors combined. She has taken nothing. On the contrary, she has helped, and intends to help me to satisfy the obligations due to the rest of the creditors. It is my intention to ask my creditors to accept that as a legal discharge, and trust to my honor to pay the other 50% as fast as I can earn it. From my reception thus far on my lecturing tour, I am confident that if I live I can pay off the last debt within 4 years, after which, at the age of 64, I can make a fresh and unencumbered start in life. I am going to Australia, India, and South Africa, and next year I hope to make a tour of the great cities of the United States. I thank you all out of my heart for this fraternal welcome, and it seems almost too fine, almost too magnificent, for a humble Missourian such as I am, far from his native haunts on the banks of the Mississippi. Yet my modesty is in a degree fortified by observing that I am not the only Missourian who has been honored here tonight, for I see at this very table here is a Missourian, indicating Mr. McElway, and there is a Missourian, indicating Mr. Depew, and there is another Missourian, and Hendricks, and Clemens, and last but not least, the great Missourian of them all, here he sits, Tom Reed, who has always concealed his birth till now. And since I have been away, I know what has been happening in his case. He has deserted politics, and now is leading a creditable life. He has reformed, and God prosper him. And I judge by a remark which he made upstairs a while ago that he had found a new business that is utterly suited to his make and constitution, and all he is doing now is that he is around raising the average of personal beauty. But I am grateful to the President for the kind words which he has said of me, and it is not for me to say whether these praises were deserved or not. I prefer to accept them just as they stand, without concerning myself with the statistics upon which they have been built, but only with that large matter, that essential matter, the good fellowship, the kindliness, the magnanimity, and generosity that prompted their utterance.
Well, many things have happened since I sat here before, and now that I think of it, the President's reference to the debts which were left by the bankrupt firm of Charles L. Webster and Company gives me an opportunity to say a word which I very much wish to say, not for myself, but for 95 men and women whom I shall always hold in high esteem and in pleasant remembrance, the creditors of that firm. They treated me well. They treated me handsomely. There were 96 of them, and by not a finger's weight did 95 of them add to the burden of that time for me. 95 out of 96. They didn't indicate by any word or sign that they were anxious about their money. They treated me well, and I shall not forget it. I could not forget it if I wanted to. Many of them said, "Don't you worry, don't you hurry." That's what they said. Why, if I could have that kind of creditors always, and that experience, I would recognize it as a personal loss to be out of debt. I owe those 95 creditors a debt of homage, and I pay it now in such measure as one may pay so fine a debt in mere words. Yes, they said that very thing. I was not personally acquainted with 10 of them, and yet they said, "Don't you worry, and don't you hurry." I know that phrase by heart, and if all the other music should perish out of the world, it would still sing to me. I appreciate that. I am glad to say this word. People say so much about me, and they forget those creditors. They were handsomer than I was, or Tom Reed. Oh, you have been doing many things in this time that I have been absent. You have done lots of things, some that are well worth remembering, too. Now we have fought a righteous war since I have gone, and that is rare in history. A righteous war is so rare that it is almost unknown in history. But by the grace of that war we set Cuba free, and we joined her to those 3 or 4 nations that exist on this earth, and we started out to set those poor Filipinos free, too. And why? Why? Why that most righteous purpose of ours has apparently miscarried, I suppose I never shall know. But we have made a most creditable record in China in these days. Our sound and level-headed administration has made a most creditable record over there, and there are some of the powers that cannot say that by any means. The Yellow Terror is threatening this world today. It is looming vast and ominous on that distant horizon. I do not know what is going to be the result of that Yellow Terror, but our government has had no hand in evoking it, and let's be happy in that and proud of it. We have nursed free silver. We watched by its cradle. We have done the best we could to raise that child, but those pestiferous Republicans have, they keep giving it the measles every chance they get, and we never shall raise that child. Well, that's no matter. There's plenty of other things to do, and we must think of something else. Well, we have tried a president 4 years, criticized him and found fault with him the whole time, and turned around a day or 2 ago with votes enough to spare to elect another. Oh, consistency! Consistency! Thy name—I don't know what thy name is. Thompson will do. Any name will do. But you see, there is the fact. There is the consistency. Then we have tried for governor an illustrious Rough Rider, and we liked him so much in that great office that now we have made him vice president, not in order that that office shall give him distinction, but that he may confer distinction upon that office. And it's needed, too. It's needed. And now, for a while anyway, we shall not be stammering and embarrassed when a stranger asks us, "What is the name of the Vice President?" This one is known. This one is pretty well known, pretty widely known, and in some quarters favorably. I am not accustomed to dealing in these fulsome compliments, and I am probably overdoing it a little. But, well, my old affectionate admiration for Governor Roosevelt has probably betrayed me into the complimentary excess. But I know him, and you know him, and if you give him rope enough, I mean oh, yes, he will justify that compliment. Leave it just as it is. And now we have put in his place Mr. Odell, another Rough Rider, I suppose. All the fat things go to that profession now. Why, I could have been a Rough Rider myself if I had known that this political Klondike was going to open up, and I would have been a Rough Rider if I could have gone to war on an automobile, but not on a horse. No, I know the horse too well. I have known the horse in war and in peace, and there is no place where a horse is comfortable. The horse has too many caprices, and he is too much given to initiative. He invents too many new ideas. No, I don't want anything to do with a horse. And then we have taken Chauncey Depew out of a useful and active life and made him a senator, embalmed him, corked him up. And I am not grieving. That man has said many a true thing about me in his time, and I always said something would happen to him. Look at that, pointing to Mr. Depew, gilded mummy. He has made my life a sorrow to me at many a banquet on both sides of the ocean, and now he has got it. Perish the hand that pulls that cork. All these things have happened, all these things have come to pass, while I have been away, and it just shows how little a mugwump can be missed in a cold, unfeeling world, even when he is the last one that is left, a grand old party all by himself. And there is another thing that has happened, perhaps the most imposing event of them all. The institution called the Daughters of the Crown, the Daughters of the Royal Crown, has established itself and gone into business. Now there's an American idea for you. There's an idea born of God knows what kind of specialized insanity, but not softening of the brain. You cannot soften a thing that doesn't exist. The Daughters of the Royal Crown. Nobody eligible but American descendants of Charles II. Dear me, how the fancy product of that old harem still holds out. Well, I am truly glad to foregather with you again and partake of the bread and salt of this hospitable house once more. 7 years ago, when I was your guest here, when I was old and despondent, you gave me the grip and the word that lift a man up and make him glad to be alive. And now I come back from my exile young again, fresh and alive, and ready to begin life once more, and your welcome puts the finishing touch upon my restored youth and makes it real to me, and not a gracious dream that must vanish with the morning. I thank you.
End of Welcome Home by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 91 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Undelivered Speech by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. The steamship St. Paul was to have been launched from Cramp's shipyard in Philadelphia on March 25, 1895. After the launching, a luncheon was to have been given, at which Mr. Clemens was to make a speech. Just before the final word was given, a reporter asked Mr. Clemens for a copy of his speech to be delivered at the luncheon. To facilitate the work of the reporter, he loaned him a typewritten copy of the speech. It happened, however, that when the blocks were knocked away, the big ship refused to budge, and no amount of labor could move her an inch. She had stuck fast upon the ways. As a result, the launching was postponed for a week or two, but in the meantime Mr. Clemens had gone to Europe. Years after, a reporter called on Mr. Clemens and submitted the manuscript of the speech, which was as follows:
Day after tomorrow I sail for England in a ship of this line, the Paris. It will be my 14th crossing in 3 years and a half. Therefore, my presence here, as you see, is quite natural, quite commercial. I am interested in ships. They interest me more now than hotels do. When a new ship is launched, I feel a desire to go and see if she will be good quarters for me to live in, particularly if she belongs to this line, for it is by this line that I have done most of my ferrying. People wonder why I go so much. Well, I go partly for my health, partly to familiarize myself with the road. I have gone over the same road so many times now that I know all the whales that belong along the route, and latterly it is an embarrassment to me to meet them, for they do not look glad to see me, but annoyed, and they seem to say, "Here is this old derelict again." Earlier in life this would have pained me and made me ashamed, but I am older now, and when I am behaving myself and doing right, I do not care for a whale's opinion about me. When we are young, we generally estimate an opinion by the size of the person that holds it, but later we find that that is an uncertain rule, for we realize that there are times when a hornet's opinion disturbs us more than an emperor's. I do not mean that I care nothing at all for a whale's opinion, for that would be going to too great a length. Of course it is better to have the good opinion of a whale than his disapproval, but my position is that if you cannot have a whale's good opinion, except at some sacrifice of principle or personal dignity, it is better to try to live without it. That is my idea about whales. Yes, I have gone over that same route so often that I know my way without a compass, just by the waves. I know all the large waves and a good many of the small ones. Also the sunsets. I know every sunset and where it belongs just by its color. Necessarily, then, I do not make the passage now for scenery. That is all gone by. What I prize most is safety, and, in the second place, swift transit and handiness. These are best furnished by the American line, whose watertight compartments have no passage through them, no doors to be left open, and consequently no way for water to get from one of them to another in time of collision. If you nullify the peril which collisions threaten you with, you nullify the only very serious peril which attends voyages in the great liners of our day, and makes voyaging safer than staying at home. When the Paris was half torn to pieces some years ago, enough of the Atlantic ebbed and flowed through one end of her during her long agony to sink the fleets of the world if distributed among them. But she floated in perfect safety, and no life was lost. In time of collision The Rock of Gibraltar is not safer than the Paris and other great ships of this line. This seems to be the only great line in the world that takes a passenger from metropolis to metropolis without the intervention of tugs and barges or bridges, takes him through without breaking bulk, so to speak. On the English side he lands at a dock. On the dock a special train is waiting. In an hour and 3/4 he is in London. Nothing could be handier. If your journey were from a sand-pit on our side to a lighthouse on the other, you could make it quicker by other lines, but that is not the case. The journey is from the city of New York to the city of London, and no line can do that journey quicker than this one, nor anywhere near as conveniently and handily. And when the passenger lands on our side, he lands on the American side of the river, not in the provinces. As a very learned man said on the last voyage, he is head quartermaster of the New York Land Garboard Streak of the Middle Watch, "When we land a passenger on the American side, there's nothing betwixt him and his hotel but hell and the hackman." I am glad, with you and the nation, to welcome the new ship. She is another pride, another consolation, for a great country whose mighty fleets have all vanished, and which has almost forgotten what it is to fly its flag to sea. I am not sure as to which St. Paul she is named for. Some think it is the one that is on the upper Mississippi, but the head quartermaster told me it was the one that killed Goliath. But it is not important. No matter which it is, let us give her hearty welcome and Godspeed.
End of An Undelivered Speech by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. This is section 92 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 67th Birthday by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. At the Metropolitan Club, New York, November 28, 1902. Address at a dinner given in honor of Mr. Clemens by Colonel Harvey, President of Harper & Brothers.
I think I ought to be allowed to talk as long as I want to, for the reason that I have canceled all my winter's engagements of every kind for good and sufficient reasons, and am making no new engagements for this winter, and, therefore, this is the only chance I shall have to disembowel my skull for a year, close the mouth in that portrait for a year. I want to offer thanks and homage to the chairman for this innovation which he has introduced here, which is an improvement, as I consider it, on the old-fashioned style of conducting occasions like this. That was bad. That was a bad, bad, bad arrangement. Under that old custom, the chairman got up and made a speech. He introduced the prisoner at the bar, and covered him all over with compliments, nothing but compliments, not a thing but compliments, never a slur, and sat down and left that man to get up and talk without a text. You cannot talk on compliments. That is not a text. No modest person, and I was born one, can talk on compliments. A man gets up and is filled to the eyes with happy emotions, but his tongue is tied. He has nothing to say. He is in the condition of Dr. Rice's friend, who came home drunk and explained it to his wife, and his wife said to him, "John, when you have drunk all the whiskey you want, you ought to ask for sarsaparilla." He said, "Yes, but when I have drunk all the whiskey I want, I can't say sarsaparilla." and so I think it is much better to leave a man unmolested until the testimony and pleadings are all in. Otherwise he is dumb. He is at the sarsaparilla stage. Before I get to the higgledy-piggledy point, as Mr. Howells suggested I do, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for this very high honor you are doing me, and I am quite competent to estimate it at its value. I see around me captains of all the illustrious industries, most distinguished men. There are more than 50 here, and I believe I know 39 of them well. I could probably borrow money from the others, anyway. It is a proud thing to me, indeed, to see such a distinguished company gather here on such an occasion as this, when there is no foreign prince to be feted, when you have come here not to do honor to hereditary privilege and ancient lineage, but to do reverence to mere moral excellence and elemental veracity. And, dear me, how old it seems to make me! I look around me and see 3 or 4 persons I have known so many, many years. I have known Mr. Secretary Hay, John Hay, as the nation and the rest of his friends love to call him. I have known John Hay and Tom Reed and Reverend Twitchell close upon 36 years. Close upon 36 years I have known those venerable men. I have known Mr. Howells nearly 34 years, and I knew Chauncey Depew before he could walk straight and before he learned to tell the truth. 27 years ago I heard him make the most noble and eloquent and beautiful speech that has ever fallen from even his capable lips. Tom Reed said that my principal defect was inaccuracy of statement. Well, suppose that is true. What's the use of telling the truth all the time? I never tell the truth about Tom Reed, but that is his defect, truth. He speaks the truth, always. Tom Reed has a good heart, and he has a good intellect, but he hasn't any judgment. Why, when Tom Reed was invited to lecture to the Ladies' Society for the procreation or procrastination or something of morals, I don't know what it was, advancement, I suppose, of pure morals, he had the immortal indiscretion to begin by saying that some of us can't be optimists, but by judiciously utilizing the opportunities that Providence puts in our way, we can all be bigamists. You perceive his limitations. Anything he has in his mind he states, if he thinks it is true. Well, that was true, but that was no place to say it. So they fired him out. A lot of occasions have been settled here tonight for me. I have held grudges against some of these people, but they have all been wiped out by the very handsome compliments that have been paid me. Even Wayne MacVeagh. I have had a grudge against him many years. The first time I saw Wayne MacVeagh was at a private dinner party at Charles A. Dana's, and when I got there he was clattering along, and I tried to get a word in here and there. But you know what Wayne MacVeagh is when he is started, and I could not get in 5 words to his 1, or 1 word to his 5. I struggled along and, well, I wanted to tell, and I was trying to tell, a dream I had had the night before, and it was a remarkable dream, a dream worth people's while to listen to, a dream recounting Sam Jones the revivalist's reception in heaven. I was on a train and was approaching the Celestial Way station. I had a through ticket, and I noticed a man sitting alongside of me asleep, and he had his ticket in his hat. He was the remains of the Archbishop of Canterbury. I recognized him by his photograph. I had nothing against him, so I took his ticket and let him have mine. He didn't object. He wasn't in a condition to object. And presently, when the train stopped at the heavenly station, well, I got off, and he went on by request. But there they all were, the angels, you know, millions of them, every one with a torch. They had arranged for a torchlight procession. They were expecting the Archbishop. And when I got off, they started to raise a shout. But it didn't materialize. I don't know whether they were disappointed. I suppose they had a lot of superstitious ideas about the Archbishop and what he should look like, and I didn't fill the bill, and I was trying to explain to St. Peter, and was doing it in the German tongue, because I didn't want to be too explicit. Well, I found it was no use. I couldn't get along. For Wayne MacVeagh was occupying the whole place, and I said to Mr. Dana, "What is the matter with that man? Who is that man with the long tongue? What's the trouble with him, that long, lank cadaver? Old oil derrick out of a job? Who is that?" "Well, now," Mr. Dana said, "you don't want to meddle with him. You had better keep quiet, just keep quiet, because that's a bad man. Talk! He was born to talk. Don't let him get out with you. He'll skin you." I said, "I have been skinned, skinned and skinned for years. There is nothing left." He said, "Oh, you'll find there is. That man is the very seed and inspiration of that proverb which says, 'No matter how close you skin an onion, a clever man can always peel it again.'" Well, I reflected, and I quieted down. That would never occur to Tom Reed. He's got no discretion. Well, MacVeagh is just the same man. He hasn't changed a bit in all those years. He has been peeling Mr. Mitchell lately. That's the kind of man he is. Mr. Howells. Well, that poem of his is admirable. That's the way to treat a person. Howells has a peculiar gift for seeing the merits of people, and he has always exhibited them in my favor. Howells has never written anything about me that I couldn't read 6 or 7 times a day. He is always just and always fair. He has written more appreciatively of me than anyone in this world, and published it in the North American Review. He did me the justice to say that my intentions—he italicized that my intentions were always good, that I wounded people's conventions rather than their convictions. Now, I wouldn't want anything handsomer than that said of me. I would rather wait, with anything harsh I might have to say, till the convictions become conventions. Bangs has traced me all the way down. He can't find that honest man, but I will look for him in the looking-glass when I get home. It was intimated by the Colonel that it is New England that makes New York and builds up this country and makes it great, overlooking the fact that there's a lot of people here who came from elsewhere, like John Hay from away out west, and Howells from Ohio, and St. Clair McElway and me from Missouri, and we are doing what we can to build up New York a little, elevate it. Why, when I was living in that village of Hannibal, Missouri, on the banks of the Mississippi, and Hay up in the town of Warsaw, also on the banks of the Mississippi River, it is an emotional bit of the Mississippi, and when it is low water you have to climb up to it on a ladder, and when it floods you have to hunt for it with a deep-sea lead. But it is a great and beautiful country. In that old time it was a paradise for simplicity. It was a simple, simple life, cheap but comfortable, and full of sweetness. And there was nothing of this rage of modern civilization there at all. It was a delectable land. I went out there last June, and I met in that town of Hannibal a schoolmate of mine, John Briggs, whom I had not seen for more than 50 years. I tell you that was a meeting. That pal whom I had known as a little boy long ago, and knew now as a stately man 3 or 4 inches over 6 feet and browned by exposure to many climes, he was back there to see that old place again. We spent a whole afternoon going about here and there and yonder, and hunting up the scenes and talking of the crimes which we had committed so long ago. It was a heart-breaking delight, full of pathos, laughter, and tears, all mixed together. And we called the roll of the boys and girls that we picnicked and sweethearted with so many years ago, and there were hardly half a dozen of them left. The rest were in their graves, and we went up there on the summit of that hill, a treasured place in my memory, the summit of Holliday's Hill, and looked out again over that magnificent panorama of the Mississippi River, sweeping along league after league, a level green paradise on one side, and retreating capes and promontories as far as you could see on the other, fading away in the soft, rich lights of the remote distance. I recognized then that I was seeing now the most enchanting river view the planet could furnish. I never knew it when I was a boy. It took an educated eye that had traveled over the globe to know and appreciate it. And John said, "Can you point out the place where Bear Creek used to be before the railroad came?" I said, "Yes, it ran along yonder." "And can you point out the swimming hole?" "Yes, out there." And he said, "Can you point out the place where we stole the skiff?" Well, I didn't know which one he meant. Such a wilderness of events had intervened since that day, more than 50 years ago, it took me more than 5 minutes to call back that little incident, and then I did call it back. It was a white skiff, and we painted it red to allay suspicion. And the saddest man came along, a stranger he was, and he looked at that red skiff over so pathetically, and he said, "Well, if it weren't for the complexion I'd know whose skiff that was." He said it in that pleading way, you know, that appeals for sympathy and suggestion. We were full of sympathy for him, but we weren't in any condition to offer suggestions. I can see him yet as he turned away with that same sad look on his face and vanished out of history forever. I wonder what became of that man. I know what became of the skiff. Well, it was a beautiful life, a lovely life. There was no crime, merely little things like pillaging orchards and watermelon patches and breaking the Sabbath. We didn't break the Sabbath often enough to signify. Once a week, perhaps. But we were good boys, good Presbyterian boys, all Presbyterian boys, and loyal and all that. Anyway, we were good Presbyterian boys when the weather was doubtful. When it was fair, we did wander a little from the fold. Look at John Hay and me. There we were in obscurity, and look where we are now. Consider the ladder which he has climbed, the illustrious vocations he has served, and vocations is the right word. He has in all those vocations acquitted himself with high credit and honor to his country and to the mother that bore him. Scholar, soldier, diplomat, poet, historian. Now see where we are. He is Secretary of State, and I am a gentleman. It could not happen in any other country. Our institutions give men the positions that of right belong to them through merit. All you men have won your places, not by heredities, and not by family influence or extraneous help, but only by the natural gifts God gave you at your birth. made effective by your own energies. This is the country to live in. Now, there is one invisible guest here. A part of me is present. The larger part, the better part, is yonder at her home. That is my wife, and she has a good many personal friends here, and I think it won't distress any one of them to know that, although she is going to be confined to that bed for many months to come, from that nervous prostration, there is not any danger, and she is coming along very well, and I think it quite appropriate that I should speak of her. I knew her for the first time just in the same year that I first knew John Hay and Tom Reed and Mr. Twichell, 36 years ago, and she has been the best friend I have ever had, and that is saying a good deal. She has reared me, she and Twichell together, and what I am I owe to them. Twichell, why, it is such a pleasure to look upon Twitchell's face. For 25 years I was under the Reverend Mr. Twitchell's tuition. I was in his pastorate, occupying a pew in his church, and held him in due reverence. That man is full of all the graces that go to make a person companionable and beloved, and wherever Twitchell goes to start a church the people flock there to buy the land. They find real estate goes up all around the spot, and the envious and the thoughtful always try to get Twitchell to move to their neighborhood and start a church. And wherever you see him go you can go and buy land there with confidence, feeling sure that there will be a double price for you before very long. I am not saying this to flatter Mr. Twitchell. It is the fact. Many and many a time I have attended the annual sale in his church and bought up all the pews on a margin, and it would have been better for me spiritually and financially if I had stayed under his wing. I have tried to do good in this world, and it is marvelous in how many different ways I have done good, and it is comfortable to reflect. Now, there's Mr. Rogers. Just out of the affection I bear that man, many a time I have given him points in finance that he had never thought of, and if he could lay aside envy, prejudice, and superstition, and utilize those ideas in his business, it would make a difference in his bank account. Well, I like the poetry. I like all the speeches and the poetry, too. I liked Dr. Van Dyke's poem. I wish I could return thanks in proper measure to you, gentlemen, who have spoken and violated your feelings to pay me compliments. Some were merited, and some you overlooked, it is true. And Colonel Harvey did slander every one of you, and put things into my mouth that I never said, never thought of at all. And now my wife and I, out of our single heart, return you our deepest and most grateful thanks. And yesterday was her birthday. End of 67th Birthday by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 93 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To the White Friars by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at the dinner given by the White Friars Club in honor of Mr. Clemens, London, June 20th, 1899. The White Friars Club was founded by Dr. Samuel Johnson, and Mr. Clemens was made an honorary member in 1874. The members are representative of literary and journalistic London. The toast of "Our Guest" was proposed by Lewis F. Austin, of the Illustrated London News, and in the course of some humorous remarks he referred to the vow and to the imaginary woes of the friars, as the members of the club style themselves. Mr. Chairman and brethren of the vow, in whatever the vow is, for although I have been a member of this club for 25 years, I don't know any more about what that vow is than Mr. Austin seems to. But whatever the vow is, I don't care what it is. I have made 1,000 vows. There is no pleasure comparable to making a vow in the presence of one who appreciates that vow, in the presence of men who honor and appreciate you for making the vow, and men who admire you for making the vow. There is only one pleasure higher than that, and that is to get outside and break the vow. A vow is always a pledge of some kind or other for the protection of your own morals and principles or somebody else's, and generally, by the irony of fate, it is for the protection of your own morals. Hence we have pledges that make us eschew tobacco or wine, and while you are taking the pledge there is a holy influence about that makes you feel you are reformed, and that you can never be so happy again in this world until you get outside and take a drink. I had forgotten that I was a member of this club, it is so long ago, but now I remember that I was here 25 years ago, and that I was then at a dinner of the Whitefriars Club, and it was in those old days when you had just made 2 great finds. All London was talking about nothing else than that they had found Livingstone, and that the lost Sir Roger Tichborne had been found, and they were trying him for it. And at the dinner, chairman, I do not know who he was, failed to come to time. The gentleman who had been appointed to pay me the customary compliments and to introduce me forgot the compliments and did not know what they were. And George Augustus Sala came in at the last moment, just when I was about to go without compliments altogether, and that man was a gifted man. They just called on him instantaneously while he was going to sit down to introduce the stranger, and Sala made one of those marvelous speeches which he was capable of making. I think no man talked so fast as Sala did. One did not need wine while he was making a speech. The rapidity of his utterance made a man drunk in a minute. An incomparable speech was that, an impromptu speech, and an impromptu speech is a seldom thing, and he did it so well. He went into the whole history of the United States, and made it entirely new to me. He filled it with episodes and incidents that Washington never heard of, and he did it so convincingly that although I knew none of it had happened, from that day to this I do not know any history but Sala's. I do not know anything so sad as a dinner where you are going to get up and say something by and by, and you do not know what it is. You sit and wonder what the gentleman is going to say who is going to introduce you. You know that if he says something severe, that if he will deride you or traduce you or do anything of that kind, he will furnish you with a text, because anybody can get up and talk against that. Anybody can get up and straighten out his character. But when a gentleman gets up and merely tells the truth about you, what can you do? Mr. Austin has done well. He has supplied so many texts that I will have to drop out a lot of them, and that is about as difficult as when you do not have any text at all. Now, he made a beautiful and smooth speech without any difficulty at all, and I could have done that if I had gone on with the schooling with which I began. I see here a gentleman on my left who was my master in the art of oratory more than 25 years ago. When I look upon the inspiring face of Mr. Depew, it carries me a long way back. An old and valuable friend of mine is he, and I saw his career as it came along, and it has reached pretty well up to now, when he, by another miscarriage of justice, is a United States Senator. But those were delightful days when I was taking lessons in oratory. My other master, the ambassador, is not here yet. Under those two gentlemen I learned to make after-dinner speeches, and it was charming. You know, the New England dinner is the great occasion on the other side of the water. It is held every year to celebrate the landing of the Pilgrims. Those Pilgrims were a lot of people who were not needed in England, and you know they had great rivalry, and they were persuaded to go elsewhere. And they chartered a ship called Mayflower and set sail, and I have heard it said that they pumped the Atlantic Ocean through that ship 16 times. They fell in over there with the Dutch from Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and a lot of other places with profane names, and it is from that gang that Mr. Depew is descended. On the other hand, Mr. Choate is descended from those Puritans who landed on a bitter night in December. Every year those people used to meet at a great banquet in New York, and those masters of mind in oratory had to make speeches. It was Dr. Depew's business to get up there and apologize for the Dutch, and Mr. Choate had to get up later and explain the crimes of the Puritans, and grand, beautiful times we used to have. It is curious that after that long lapse of time I meet the Whitefriars again, some looking as young and fresh as in the old days, others showing a certain amount of wear and tear, and here, after all this time, I find one of the masters of oratory and the others named in the list. And here we three meet again as exiles on one pretext or another, and you will notice that while we are absent there is a pleasing tranquillity in America, a building up of public confidence. We are doing the best we can for our country. I think we have spent our lives in serving our country, and we never serve it to greater advantage than when we get out of it. But impromptu speaking, that is what I was trying to learn. That is a difficult thing. I used to do it in this way. I used to begin about a week ahead and write out my impromptu speech and get it by heart. Then I brought it to the New England dinner printed on a piece of paper in my pocket, so that I could pass it to the reporters all cut and dried, and in order to do an impromptu speech as it should be done, you have to indicate the places for pauses and hesitations. I put them all in it, and then you want the applause in the right places. When I got to the place where it should come in, if it did not come in, I did not care, but I had it marked in the paper. And these masters of mine used to wonder why it was my speech came out in the morning in the first person, while theirs went through the butchery of synopsis. I do that kind of speech, I mean an offhand speech, and do it well, and make no mistake in such a way to deceive the audience completely and make that audience believe it is an impromptu speech. That is art. I was frightened out of it at last by an experience of Dr. Hayes. He was a sort of Nansen of that day. He had been to the North Pole, and it made him celebrated. He had even seen the polar bear climb the pole. He had made one of those magnificent voyages such as Nansen made, and in those days when a man did anything which greatly distinguished him for the moment, he had to come on to the lecture platform and tell all about it. Dr. Hayes was a great, magnificent creature like Nansen, superbly built. He was to appear in Boston. He wrote his lecture out, and it was his purpose to read it from manuscript. But in an evil hour he concluded that it would be a good thing to preface it with something rather handsome, poetical, and beautiful that he could get off by heart and deliver as if it were the thought of the moment. He had not had my experience, and could not do that. He came on the platform, held his manuscript down, and began with a beautiful piece of oratory. He spoke something like this: "When a lonely human being, a pygmy in the midst of the architecture of nature, stands solitary on those icy waters and looks abroad to the horizon, and sees mighty castles and temples of eternal ice raising up their pinnacles tipped by the pencil of the departing sun—" Here a man came across the platform and touched him on the shoulder and said, "1 minute," and then to the audience, "Is Mrs. John Smith in the house? Her husband has slipped on the ice and broken his leg." And you could see the Mrs. John Smiths get up everywhere and drift out of the house, and it made great gaps everywhere. Then Dr. Hayes began again: "When a lonely man, a pygmy in the architecture—" The janitor came in again and shouted, "It is not Mrs. John Smith, it's Mrs. John Jones." Then all the Mrs. Jones got up and left. Once more the speaker started, and was in the midst of the sentence when he was interrupted again, and the result was that the lecture was not delivered. But the lecturer interviewed the janitor afterward in a private room, and of the fragments of the janitor they took 12 baskets full. Now, I don't want to sit down just in this way. I have been talking with so much levity that I have said no serious thing, and you are really no better or wiser, although Robert Buchanan has suggested that I am a person who deals in wisdom. I have said nothing which would make you better than when you came here. I should be sorry to sit down without having said one serious word which you can carry home and relate to your children and the old people who are not able to get away. And this is just a little maxim which has saved me from many a difficulty and many a disaster, and in times of tribulation and uncertainty has come to my rescue, as it shall to yours if you observe it as I do day and night. I always use it in an emergency, and you can take it home as a legacy from me, and it is, when in doubt, tell the truth.
End of To the Whitefriars, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 94 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ascot Gold Cup, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. The news of Mr. Clemens' arrival in England in June 1907 was announced in the papers with big headlines. Immediately following the announcement was the news, also with big headlines, that the Ascot Gold Cup had been stolen the same day. The combination, "Mark Twain arrives, Ascot Cup stolen," amused the public. The Lord Mayor of London gave a banquet at the Mansion House in honor of Mr. Clemens.
I do assure you that I am not so dishonest as I look. I have been so busy trying to rehabilitate my honor about that Ascot Cup that I have had no time to prepare a speech. I was not so honest in former days as I am now, but I have always been reasonably honest. Well, you know how a man is influenced by his surroundings. Once upon a time I went to a public meeting where the oratory of a charitable worker so worked on my feelings that, in common with others, I would have dropped something substantial in the hat if it had come round at that moment. The speaker had the power of putting those vivid pictures before one. We were all affected. That was the moment for the hat. I would have put $200 in. Before he had finished, I could have put in $400. I felt I could have filled up a blank check with somebody else's name and dropped it in. Well, now, another speaker got up and in 15 minutes damped my spirit. And during the speech of the third speaker all my enthusiasm went away. When at last the hat came round, I dropped in 10 cents and took out 25. I came over here to get the honorary degree from Oxford, and I would have encompassed the 7 C's for an honor like that, the greatest honor that has ever fallen to my share. I am grateful to Oxford for conferring that honor upon me, and I am sure my country appreciates it, because first and foremost it is an honor to my country. And now I am going home again across the sea. I am in spirit young, but in the flesh old, so that it is unlikely that when I go away I shall ever see England again. But I shall go with the recollection of the generous and kindly welcome I have had. I suppose I must say good-bye. I say it not with my lips only, but from the heart.
End of The Ascot Gold Cup by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 95 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Savage Club Dinner by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. A portrait of Mr. Clemens, signed by all the members of the club attending the dinner, was presented to him July 6, 1907, and in submitting the toast, "The Health of Mark Twain," Mr. J. Scott Stokes recalled the fact that he had read parts of Dr. Clemens' works to Harold Frederic during Frederick's last illness.
Mr. Chairman and fellow savages, I am very glad indeed to have that portrait. I think it is the best one that I have ever had, and there have been opportunities before to get a good photograph. I have sat to photographers 22 times today. Those sittings added to those that have preceded them since I have been in Europe, if we average at that rate, must have numbered 100 to 200 sittings. Out of all those there ought to be some good photographs. This is the best I have had, and I am glad to have your honored names on it. I did not know Harold Frederic personally, but I have heard a great deal about him, and nothing that was not pleasant, and nothing except such things as lead a man to honor another man and to love him. I consider that it is a misfortune of mine that I have never had the luck to meet him, and if any book of mine read to him in his last hours made those hours easier for him and more comfortable, I am very glad and proud of that. I called to mind such a case many years ago of an English authoress, well known in her day, who wrote such beautiful child tales, touching and lovely in every possible way. In a little biographical sketch of her I found that her last hours were spent partly in reading a book of mine, until she was no longer able to read. That has always remained in my mind, and I have always cherished it as one of the good things of my life. I had read what she had written, and had loved her for what she had done. Stanley apparently carried a book of mine feloniously away to Africa, and I have not a doubt that it had a noble and uplifting influence there in the wilds of Africa, because on his previous journeys he never carried anything to read except Shakespeare and the Bible. I did not know of that circumstance. I did not know that he had carried a book of mine. I only noticed that when he came back he was a reformed man. I knew Stanley very well in those old days. Stanley was the first man who ever reported a lecture of mine, and that was in St. Louis. When I was down there the next time to give the same lecture, I was told to give them something fresh, as they had read that in the papers. I met Stanley here when he came back from that first expedition of his which closed with the finding of Livingstone. You remember how he would break out at the meetings of the British Association and find fault with what people said because Stanley had notions of his own and could not contain them. They had to come out or break him up, and so he would go round and address geographical societies. He was always on the warpath in those days, and people always had to have Stanley contradicting their geography for them and improving it. But he always came back and sat drinking beer with me in the hotel up to 2 in the morning, and he was then one of the most civilized human beings that ever was. I saw in a newspaper this evening a reference to an interview which appeared in one of the papers the other day, in which the interviewer said that I characterized Mr. Birrell's speech the other day at the Pilgrims Club as bully. Now, if you will excuse me, I never use slang to an interviewer or anybody else. That distresses me. Whatever I said about Mr. Birrell's speech was said in English, as good English as anybody uses. If I could not describe Mr. Birrell's delightful speech without using slang, I would not describe it at all. I would close my mouth and keep it closed, much as it would discomfort me. Now, that comes of interviewing a man in the first person, which is an altogether wrong way to interview him. It is entirely wrong because none of you, I or anybody else, could interview a man, could listen to a man talking any length of time, and then go off and reproduce that talk in the first person. It can't be done. What results is merely that the interviewer gives the substance of what is said and puts it in his own language and puts it in your mouth. It will always be either better language than you use or worse, and in my case it is always worse. I have a great respect for the English language. I am one of its supporters, its promoters, its elevators. I don't degrade it. A slip of the tongue would be the most that you would get from me. I have always tried hard and faithfully to improve my English and never to degrade it. I always try to use the best English to describe what I think and what I feel, or what I don't feel and what I don't think. I am not one of those who, in expressing opinions, confine themselves to facts. I don't know anything that mars good literature so completely as too much truth. Facts contain a deal of poetry, but you can't use too many of them without damaging your literature. I love all literature, and as long as I am a doctor of literature, I have suggested to you for 20 years I have been diligently trying to improve my own literature, and now, by virtue of the University of Oxford, I mean to doctor everybody else's. Now, I think I ought to apologize for my clothes. At home, I venture things that I am not permitted by my family to venture in foreign parts. I was instructed before I left home, and ordered to refrain from white clothes in England. I meant to keep that command fair and clean, and I would have done it if I had been in the habit of obeying instructions, but I can't invent a new process in life right away. I have not had white clothes on since I crossed the ocean until now. In these 3 or 4 weeks I have grown so tired of gray and black that you have earned my gratitude in permitting me to come as I have. I wear white clothes in the depth of winter in my home, but I don't go out in the streets in them. I don't go out to attract too much attention. I like to attract some, and always I would like to be dressed so that I may be more conspicuous than anybody else. If I had been an ancient Briton, I would not have contented myself with blue paint, but I would have bankrupted the rainbow. I so enjoy gay clothes in which women clothe themselves that it always grieves me when I go to the opera to see that, while women look like a flower-bed, the men are a few gray stumps among them in their black evening dress. These are 2 or 3 reasons why I wish to wear white clothes. When I find myself in assemblies like this, with everybody in black clothes, I know I possess something that is superior to everybody else's. Clothes are never clean. You don't know whether they are clean or not, because you can't see. Here or anywhere you must scour your head every 2 or 3 days, or it is full of grit. Your clothes must collect just as much dirt as your hair. If you wear white clothes, you are clean, and your cleaning bill gets so heavy that you have to take care. I am proud to say that I can wear a white suit of clothes without a blemish for 3 days. If you need any further instruction in the matter of clothes, I shall be glad to give it to you. I hope I have convinced some of you that it is just as well to wear white clothes as any other kind. I do not want to boast. I only want to make you understand that you are not clean. As to age, the fact that I am nearly 72 years old does not clearly indicate how old I am, because part of every day, it is with me as with you, you try to describe your age and you cannot do it. Sometimes you are only 15. Sometimes you are 25. It is very seldom in a day that I am 72 years old. I am older now sometimes than I was when I used to rob orchards, a thing which I would not do today if the orchards were watched. I am so glad to be here tonight. I am so glad to renew with the savages that now ancient time when I first sat with a company of this club in London in 1872. That is a long time ago, but I did stay with the savages a night in London long ago, and as I had come into a very strange land and was with friends, as I could see, that has always remained in my mind as a peculiarly blessed evening, since it brought me into contact with men of my own kind and my own feelings. I am glad to be here and to see you all again, because it is very likely that I shall not see you again. It is easier than I thought to come across the Atlantic. I have been received, as you know, in the most delightfully generous way in England ever since I came here. It keeps me choked up all the time. Everybody is so generous, and they do seem to give you such a hearty welcome. Nobody in the world can appreciate it higher than I do. It did not wait till I got to London, but when I came ashore at Tilbury, the stevedores on the dock raised the first welcome, a good and hearty welcome from the men who do the heavy labor in the world, and save you and me having to do it. They are the men who, with their hands, build empires and make them prosper. It is because of them that the others are wealthy and can live in luxury. They received me with a hurrah that went to my heart. They are the men that build civilization, and without them no civilization can be built. So I came first to the authors and creators of civilization, and I blessedly end this happy meeting with the savages who destroy it.
End of The Savage Club Dinner by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 96 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. General Miles and the Dog by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Mr. Clemens was the guest of honor at a dinner given by the Pleiades Club at the Hotel Brevoort, December 22, 1907. The toastmaster introduced the guest of the evening with a high tribute to his place in American literature, saying that he was dear to the hearts of all Americans.
It is hard work to make a speech when you have listened to compliments from the powers in authority. A compliment is a hard text to preach to. When the chairman introduces me as a person of merit, and when he says pleasant things about me, I always feel like answering simply that what he says is true, that it is all right, that, as far as I am concerned, the things he said can stand as they are. But you always have to say something, and that is what frightens me. I remember out in Sydney once having to respond to some complimentary toast, and my one desire was to turn in my tracks like any other worm and run for it. I was remembering that occasion at a later date when I had to introduce a speaker. Hoping then to spur his speech by putting him, in joke, on the defensive, I accused him in my introduction of everything I thought it possible for him to have committed. When I finished there was an awful calm. I had been telling his life history by mistake.
One must keep up one's character.
Earn a character first if you can, and if you can't, then assume one. From the code of morals I have been following and revising for 72 years, I remember one detail. All my life I have been honest, comparatively honest. I could never use money I had not made honestly. I could only lend it. Last spring I met General Miles again, and he commented on the fact that we had known each other 30 years. He said it was strange that we had not met years before, when we had both been in Washington. At that point I changed the subject, and I changed it with art. But the facts are these. I was then under contract for my Innocents Abroad, but did not have a cent to live on while I wrote it. So I went to Washington to do a little journalism. There I met an equally poor friend, William Davidson, who had not a single vice, unless you call it a vice in a Scot to love Scotch. Together we devised the first and original newspaper syndicate, selling 2 letters a week to 12 newspapers and getting $1 a letter. That $24 a week would have been enough for us if we had not had to support the jug. But there was a day when we felt that we must have $3 right away, $3 at once. That was how I met the General. It doesn't matter now what we wanted so much money at one time for, but that Scot and I did occasionally want it. The Scot sent me out one day to get it. He had a great belief in Providence, that Scottish friend of mine. He said, "The Lord will provide." I had given up trying to find the money lying about, and was in a hotel lobby in despair when I saw a beautiful, unfriended dog. The dog saw me, too, and at once we became acquainted. Then General Miles came in, admired the dog, and asked me to price it. I priced it at $3. He offered me an opportunity to reconsider the value of the beautiful animal, but I refused to take more than Providence knew I needed. The General carried the dog to his room. Then came in a sweet little middle-aged man who at once began looking around the lobby. "Did you lose a dog?" I asked. He said he had. "I think I could find it," I volunteered, "for a small sum." "How much?" he asked, and I told him $3. He urged me to accept more, but I did not wish to outdo Providence. Then I went to the General's room and asked for the dog back. He was very angry, and wanted to know why I had sold him a dog that did not belong to me. "That's a singular question to ask me, sir," I replied. "Didn't you ask me to sell him?" "You started it." And he let me have him. I gave him back his $3 and returned the dog collect to its owner. That second $3 I carried home to the Scot, and we enjoyed it. But the first $3, the money I got from the General, I would have had to lend. The General seemed not to remember my part in that adventure, and I never had the heart to tell him about it. End of General Miles and the Dog, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 97 of Mark Twain Speeches, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When in doubt, tell the truth, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain's speech at the dinner of the Freundschaft Society, March 9, 1906, had as a basis the words of introduction used by Toastmaster Frank, who, referring to Pudd'nhead Wilson, used the phrase, "When in doubt, tell the truth." "Mr. Chairman, Mr. Putzel, and gentlemen of the Freundschaft, that maxim I did invent, but never expected it to be applied to me. I did say, 'When you are in doubt,' but when I am in doubt myself I use more sagacity. Mr. Grout suggested that if I have anything to say against Mr. Putzel, or any criticism of his career or his character, I am the last person to come out on account of that maxim and tell the truth. That is altogether a mistake. I do think it is right for other people to be virtuous, so that they can be happy hereafter, but if I knew every impropriety that even Mr. Putzel has committed in his life, I would not mention one of them. My judgment has been maturing for 70 years, and I have got to that point where I know better than that. Mr. Putzel stands related to me in a very tender way, through the tax office, and it does not behoove me to say anything which could by any possibility militate against that condition of things. Now, that word, taxes, 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 I have heard it tonight. I have heard it all night. I wish somebody would change that subject. That is a very sore subject to me. I was so relieved when Judge Leventrit did find something that was not taxable, when he said that the Commissioner could not tax your patience. And that comforted me. We've got so much taxation. I don't know of a single foreign product that enters this country untaxed except the answer to prayer. On an occasion like this, The proprieties require that you merely pay compliments to the guest of the occasion, and I am merely here to pay compliments to the guest of the occasion, not to criticize him in any way, and I can say only complimentary things to him. When I went down to the tax office some time ago, for the first time in New York, I saw Mr. Putzel sitting in the seat of perjury. I recognized him right away. I warmed to him on the spot. I didn't know that I had ever seen him before, but just as soon as I saw him I recognized him. I had met him 25 years before, and at that time had achieved a knowledge of his abilities and something more than that. I thought, now this is the man whom I saw 25 years ago. On that occasion I not only went free at his hands, but carried off something more than that. I hoped it would happen again. It was 25 years ago when I saw a young clerk in Putnam's bookstore. I went in there and asked for George Haven Putnam, and handed him my card, and then the young man said Mr. Putnam was busy and I couldn't see him. Well, I had merely called in a social way, and so it didn't matter. I was going out when I saw a great, big, fat, interesting-looking book lying there, and I took it up. It was an account of the invasion of England in the 14th century by the preaching friar, and it interested me. I asked him the price of it, and he said $4. Well, I said, what discount do you allow to publishers? He said 40% off. I said, all right, I am a publisher. He put down the figure, 40% off, on a card. Then I said, what discount do you allow to authors? He said 40% off. Well, I said, set me down as an author. Now, said I, what discount do you allow to the clergy? He said 40% off. I said to him that I was only on the road, and that I was studying for the ministry. I asked him, wouldn't he knock off 20% for that? He set down the figure, and he never smiled once. I was working off these humorous brilliancies on him and getting no return. Not a scintillation in his eye, not a spark of recognition of what I was doing there. I was almost in despair. I thought I might try him once more, so I said, now, I am also a member of the human race. Will you let me have the 10% off for that? He set it down and never smiled. Well, I gave it up. I said, there is my card with my address on it, but I have not any money with me. Will you please send the bill to Hartford? I took up the book and was going away. He said, wait a minute, there is 40 cents coming to you. When I met him in the tax office I thought maybe I could make something again, but I could not. But I had not any idea I could when I came, and as it turned out I did get off entirely free. I put up my hand and made a statement. It gave me a good deal of pain to do that. I was not used to it. I was born and reared in the higher circles of Missouri, and there we don't do such things. Didn't in my time. But we have got that little matter settled. Got a sort of tax levied on me. Then he touched me. Yes, he touched me this time because he cried. Cried. He was moved to tears to see that I, a virtuous person only a year before, after immersion for 1 year, during 1 year in the New York morals, had no more conscience than a millionaire. End of When in Doubt, Tell the Truth, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 98 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Day We Celebrate, by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. Address at the 4th of July dinner of the American Society, London, 1899. I noticed in Ambassador Choate's speech that he said, "You may be Americans or Englishmen, but you cannot be both at the same time." You responded by applause. Consider the effect of a short residence here. I find the ambassador rises first to speak to a toast, followed by a senator, and I come third. What a subtle tribute that to monarchical influence of the country when you place rank above respectability. I was born modest, and if I had not been, things like this would force it upon me. I understand it quite well. I am here to see that between them they do justice to the day we celebrate, and in case they do not, I must do it myself. But I notice they have considered this day merely from one side, its sentimental, patriotic, poetic side. But it has another side. It has a commercial, a business side that needs reforming. It has a historical side. I do not say an historical side, because I am speaking the American language. I do not see why our cousins should continue to say an hospital, an historical fact, an horse. It seems to me the Congress of Women, now in session, should look to it. I think "an" is having a little too much to do with it. It comes of habit, which accounts for many things. Yesterday, for example, I was at a luncheon party. At the end of the party, a great dignitary of the English Established Church went away half an hour before anybody else and carried off my hat. Now, that was an innocent act on his part. He went out first and, of course, had the choice of hats. As a rule, I try to get out first myself, but I hold that it was an innocent, unconscious act, due, perhaps, to heredity. He was thinking about ecclesiastical matters, and when a man is in that condition of mind, he will take anybody's hat. The result was that the whole afternoon I was under the influence of his clerical hat and could not tell a lie. Of course, he was hard at it. It is a compliment to both of us. His hat fitted me exactly. My hat fitted him exactly. So I judge I was born to rise to high dignity in the church somehow or other, but I do not know what he was born for. That is an illustration of the influence of habit, and it is perceptible here when they say an hospital, an European, an historical. The business aspects of the 4th of July is not perfect as it stands. See what it costs us every year with loss of life, the crippling of thousands with its fireworks, and the burning down of property. It is not only sacred to patriotism and universal freedom, but to the surgeon, the undertaker, the insurance offices, and they are working it for all it is worth. I am pleased to see that we have a cessation of war for the time. This coming from me, a soldier, you will appreciate. I was a soldier in the Southern War for 2 weeks, and when gentlemen get up to speak of the great deeds our Army and Navy have recently done, why, it goes all through me and fires up the old war spirit. I had in my first engagement 3 horses shot under me. The next ones went over my head. The next hit me in the back. Then I retired to meet an engagement. I thank you, gentlemen, for making even a slight reference to the war profession, in which I distinguished myself, short as my career was. End of The Day We Celebrate, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 99 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Independence Day, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. The American Society in London gave a banquet, July 4, 1907, at the Hotel Cecil. Ambassador Choate called on Mr. Clemens to respond to the toast, "The Day We Celebrate."
Mr. Chairman, my lord, and gentlemen, once more it happens, as it has happened so often since I arrived in England a week or two ago, that instead of celebrating the 4th of July properly, as has been indicated, I have to first take care of my personal character. Sir Mortimer Durand still remains unconvinced. Well, I tried to convince these people from the beginning that I did not take the Ascot Cup, and as I have failed to convince anybody that I did not take the cup, I might as well confess I did take it and be done with it. I don't see why this uncharitable feeling should follow me everywhere, and why I should have that crime thrown up to me on all occasions. The tears that I have wept over it ought to have created a different feeling than this, and besides, I don't think it is very right or fair that, considering England has been trying to take a cup of ours for 40 years, I don't see why they should take so much trouble when I tried to go into the business myself. Sir Mortimer Durand, too, has had trouble from going to a dinner here, and he has told you what he suffered in consequence. But what did he suffer? He only missed his train, and one night of discomfort, and he remembers it to this day. Oh, if you could only think what I have suffered from a similar circumstance. 2 or 3 years ago in New York, with that society there which is made up of people from all British colonies and from Great Britain generally, who were educated in British colleges and British schools, I was there to respond to a toast of some kind or other, and I did then what I have been in the habit of doing, from a selfish motive, for a long time, and that is, I got myself placed number 3 in the list of speakers. Then you get home early. I had to go 5 miles up river, and had to catch a particular train or not get there. But see the magnanimity which is born in me, which I have cultivated all my life. A very famous and very great British clergyman came to me presently, and he said, "I am away down in the list. I have got to catch a certain train this Saturday night. If I don't catch that train, I shall be carried beyond midnight and break the Sabbath. Won't you change places with me?" I said, "Certainly I will." I did it at once. Now see what happened. Talk about Sir Mortimer Durand's sufferings for a single night. I have suffered ever since because I saved that gentleman from breaking the Sabbath. Yes, saved him. I took his place, but I lost my train, and it was I who broke the Sabbath. Up to that time I never had broken the Sabbath in my life, and from that day to this I never have kept it. Oh, I am learning much here tonight. I find I didn't know anything about the American Society. That is, I didn't know its chief virtue. I didn't know its chief virtue until His Excellency our Ambassador revealed it. I may say exposed it. I was intending to go home on the 13th of this month, but I look upon that in a different light now. I am going to stay here until the American Society pays my passage. Our ambassador has spoken of our 4th of July and the noise it makes. We have got a double 4th of July, a daylight Fourth, and a midnight Fourth. During the day in America, as our ambassador has indicated, we keep the 4th of July properly in a reverent spirit. We devote it to teaching our children patriotic things, reverence for the Declaration of Independence. We honor the day all through the daylight hours, and when night comes, we dishonor it. Presently, before long, they are getting nearly ready to begin now, on the Atlantic coast, when night shuts down, that pandemonium will begin, and there will be noise, and noise, and noise, all night long, and there will be more than noise, there will be people crippled, there will be people killed, there will be people who will lose their eyes, and all through that permission which we give to irresponsible boys to play with firearms and firecrackers, and all sorts of dangerous things. We turn that 4th of July, alas, over to rowdies to drink and get drunk and make the night hideous, and we cripple and kill more people than you would imagine. We probably began to celebrate our 4th of July night in that way 125 years ago, and on every 4th of July night since, these horrors have grown and grown until now, in our 5,000 towns of America, somebody gets killed or crippled on every 4th of July night, besides those cases of sick persons whom we never hear of, who die as a result of the noise or the shock. They cripple and kill more people on the 4th of July in America than they kill and cripple in our wars nowadays, and there are no pensions for these folk. And, too, we burn houses. Really, we destroy more property on every 4th of July night than the whole of the United States was worth 125 years ago. Really, our 4th of July is our day of mourning, our day of sorrow. 50,000 people who have lost friends, or who have had friends crippled, receive that 4th of July, when it comes, as a day of mourning for the losses they have sustained in their families. I have suffered in that way myself. I have had relatives killed in that way. One was in Chicago years ago, an uncle of mine, just as good an uncle as I have ever had, and I had lots of them. Yes, uncles to burn, uncles to spare. This poor uncle, full of patriotism, opened his mouth to hurrah, and a rocket went down his throat. Before that man could ask for a drink of water to quench that thing, it blew up and scattered him all over the 45 states, and really now, this is true, I know about it myself. 24 hours after that it was raining buttons, recognizable as his, on the Atlantic seaboard. A person cannot have a disaster like that and be entirely cheerful the rest of his life. I had another uncle, on an entirely different 4th of July, who was blown up that way, and really it trimmed him as it would a tree. He had hardly a limb left on him anywhere. All we have left now is an expurgated edition of that uncle. But never mind about these things. They are merely passing matters. Don't let me make you sad. Sir Mortimer Durand said that you, the English people, gave up your colonies over there, got tired of them, and did it with reluctance. Now I wish you just to consider that he was right about that, and that he had his reasons for saying that England did not look upon our Revolution as a foreign war, but as a civil war fought by Englishmen. Our 4th of July, which we honor so much, and which we love so much, and which we take so much pride in, is an English institution, not an American one, and it comes of a great ancestry. The first Fourth of July in that noble genealogy dates back 7 centuries lacking 8 years. That is the day of the Great Charter, the Magna Carta, which was born at Runnymede in the next to the last year of King John, and portions of the liberties secured thus by those hardy barons from that reluctant King John are a part of our Declaration of Independence, of our Fourth of July, of our American liberties. And the second of those Fourths of July was not born until 4 centuries later, in Charles I's time, in the Bill of Rights, and that is ours, that is part of our liberties. The next one was still English, in New England, where they established that principle which remains with us to this day, and will continue to remain with us: no taxation without representation. That is always going to stand, and that the English colonies in New England gave us. The Fourth of July, and the one which you are celebrating now, born in Philadelphia on the 4th of July, 1776, that is English too. It is not American. Those were English colonists, subjects of King George III, Englishmen at heart, who protested against the oppressions of the home government. Though they proposed to cure those oppressions and remove them, still remaining under the crown, they were not intending a revolution. The revolution was brought about by circumstances which they could not control. The Declaration of Independence was written by a British subject. Every name signed to it was the name of a British subject. There was not the name of a single American attached to the Declaration of Independence. In fact, there was not an American in the country in that day except the Indians out on the plains. They were Englishmen, all Englishmen. Americans did not begin until 7 years later, when that 4th of July had become 7 years old, and then the American Republic was established. Since then there have been Americans. So you see what we owe to England in the matter of liberties. We have, however, one 4th of July which is absolutely our own, and that is that great proclamation issued 40 years ago by that great American to whom Sir Mortimer Durand paid that just and beautiful tribute, Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln's proclamation, which not only set the black slaves free, but set the white man free also. The owner was set free from the burden and offense, that sad condition of things where he was in so many instances a master and owner of slaves when he did not want to be. That proclamation set them all free. But even in this matter England suggested it, for England had set her slaves free 30 years before, and we followed her example. We always followed her example, whether it was good or bad. And it was an English judge that issued that other great proclamation, and established that great principle that when a slave, let him belong to whom he may, and let him come whence he may, sets his foot upon English soil, his fetters by that act fall away, and he is a free man before the world. We followed the example of 1833, and we freed our slaves, as I have said. It is true, then, that all our 4ths of July, and we have 5 of them, England gave to us, except that one that I have mentioned, the Emancipation Proclamation. And, lest we forget, let us all remember that we owe these things to England. Let us be able to say to old England, this great-hearted, venerable old mother of the race, you gave us our 4ths of July that we love and that we honor and revere. You gave us the Declaration of Independence, which is the charter of our rights. You, the venerable mother of liberties, the protector of Anglo-Saxon freedom, you gave us these things, and we do most honestly thank you for them.
End of Independence Day by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 100 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Americans and the English by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. Address at a gathering of Americans in London, July 4, 1872.
Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the compliment which has just been tendered me, and to show my appreciation of it, I will not afflict you with many words. It is pleasant to celebrate in this peaceful way, upon this old mother soil, the anniversary of an experiment which was born of war with this same land so long ago, and wrought out to a successful issue by the devotion of our ancestors. It has taken nearly 100 years to bring the English and Americans into kindly and mutually appreciative relations, but I believe it has been accomplished at last. It was a great step when the two last misunderstandings were settled by arbitration instead of cannon. It is another great step when England adopts our sewing machines without claiming the invention, as usual. It was another when they imported one of our sleeping cars the other day, and it warmed my heart more than I can tell yesterday when I witnessed the spectacle of an Englishman ordering an American sherry cobbler of his own free will and accord, and not only that, but with a great brain and a level head reminding the barkeeper not to forget the strawberries. With a common origin, a common language, a common literature, a common religion, and common drinks, what is longer needful to the cementing of the two nations together in a permanent bond of brotherhood? This is an age of progress, and ours is a progressive land. A great and glorious land, too. A land which has developed a Washington, a Franklin, a William M. Tweed, a Longfellow, a Motley, a Jay Gould, a Samuel C. Pomeroy, a recent Congress which has never had its equal in some respects, and a United States Army which conquered 60 Indians in 8 months by tiring them out, which is much better than uncivilized slaughter, God knows. We have a criminal jury system which is superior to any in the world, and its efficiency is only marred by the difficulty of finding 12 men every day who don't know anything and can't read. And I may observe that we have an insanity plea that would have saved Cain. I think I can say, and say with pride, that we have some legislatures that bring higher prices than any in the world. I refer with effusion to our railway system, which consents to let us live, though it might do the opposite, being our owners. It only destroyed 3,070 lives last year by collisions, and 27,260 by running over heedless and unnecessary people at crossings. The companies seriously regretted the killing of these 30,000 people, and went so far as to pay for some of them, voluntarily, of course, for the meanest of us would not claim that we possess a court treacherous enough to enforce a law against a railway company. But thank heaven, the railway companies are generally disposed to do the right and kindly thing without compulsion. I know of an instance which greatly touched me at the time. After an accident the company sent home the remains of a dear distant old relative of mine in a basket, with the remark, "Please state what figure you hold him at, and return the basket." Now there couldn't be anything friendlier than that. But I must not stand here and brag all night. However, you won't mind a body bragging a little about his country on the 4th of July. It is a fair and legitimate time to fly the eagle. I will say only one more word of brag, and a hopeful one. It is this: we have a form of government which gives each man a fair chance and no favor. With us no individual is born with a right to look down upon his neighbor and hold him in contempt. Let such of us as are not dukes find our consolation in that, and we may find hope for the future in the fact that, as unhappy as is the condition of our political morality today, England has risen up out of a far fouler since the days when Charles I ennobled courtesans, and all political place was a matter of bargain and sale. There is hope for us yet. Note: at least the above is the speech which I was going to make, but our minister, General Schenck, presided, and after the blessing got up and made a great, long, inconceivably dull harangue, and wound up by saying that inasmuch as speech-making did not seem to exhilarate the guests much, all further oratory would be dispensed with during the evening, and we could just sit and talk privately to our elbow neighbors and have a good sociable time. It is known that in consequence of that remark 44 perfected speeches died in the womb. The depression, the gloom, the solemnity that reigned over the banquet from that time forth will be a lasting memory with many that were there. By that one thoughtless remark General Schenck lost 44 of the best friends he had in England. More than one said that night, "And this is the sort of person that is sent to represent us in a great sister empire." End of Americans and the English, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 101 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About London, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at a dinner given by the Savage Club, London, September 28, 1872. Reported by Moncure D. Conway in the Cincinnati Commercial. It affords me sincere pleasure to meet this distinguished club, a club which has extended its hospitalities and its cordial welcome to so many of my countrymen. I hope, and here the speaker's voice became low and fluttering, you will excuse these clothes. I am going to the theater. That will explain these clothes. I have other clothes than these. Judging human nature by what I have seen of it, I suppose that the customary thing for a stranger to do when he stands here is to make a pun on the name of this club, under the impression, of course, that he is the first man that idea has occurred to. It is a credit to our human nature, not a blemish upon it, for it shows that underlying all our depravity, and God knows and you know we are depraved enough, and all our sophistication, and untarnished by them, there is a sweet germ of innocence and simplicity still. When a stranger says to me, with a glow of inspiration in his eye, some gentle, innocuous little thing about Twain and one flesh, and all that sort of thing, I don't try to crush that man into the earth. No, I feel like saying, let me take you by the hand, sir, let me embrace you. I have not heard that pun for weeks. We will deal in palpable puns. We will call parties named King your Majesty, and we will say to the Smiths that we think we have heard that name before somewhere. Such is human nature. We cannot alter this. It is God that made us so for some good and wise purpose. Let us not repine. But though I may seem strange, may seem eccentric, I mean to refrain from punning upon the name of this club, though I could make a very good one if I had time to think about it, a week. I cannot express to you what entire enjoyment I find in this first visit to this prodigious metropolis of yours. Its wonders seem to me to be limitless. I go about as in a dream, as in a realm of enchantment, where many things are rare and beautiful, and all things are strange and marvelous. Hour after hour I stand spellbound, as it were, and gaze upon the statuary in Leicester Square. Leicester Square being a horrible chaos, with the relic of an equestrian statue in the center, the king being headless and limbless, and the horse in little better condition. I visit the mortuary effigies of noble old Henry VIII. And Judge Jeffreys, and the preserved gorilla, and try to make up my mind which of my ancestors I admire the most. I go to that matchless Hyde Park and drive all around it, and then I start to enter it at the Marble Arch, and am induced to change my mind. Cabs are not permitted in Hyde Park, nothing less aristocratic than a private carriage. It is a great benefaction, is Hyde Park. There in his hansom cab the invalid can go, the poor, sad child of misfortune, and insert his nose between the railings and breathe the pure, health-giving air of the country and of heaven. And if he is a swell invalid, who isn't obliged to depend upon parks for his country air, he can drive inside if he owns his vehicle. I drive round and round Hyde Park, and the more I see of the edges of it, the more grateful I am that the margin is extensive. And I have been to the Zoological Gardens. What a wonderful place that is! I never have seen such a curious and interesting variety of wild animals in any garden before, except Mabley. I never believed before there were so many different kinds of animals in the world as you can find there, and I don't believe it yet. I have been to the British Museum. I would advise you to drop in there some time when you have nothing to do for 5 minutes, if you have never been there. It seems to me the noblest monument that this nation has yet erected to her greatness. I say to her, our greatness, as a nation. True, she has built other monuments, and stately ones as well, but these she has uplifted in honor of 2 or 3 colossal demigods who have stalked across the world stage, destroying tyrants and delivering nations, and whose prodigies will still live in the memories of men ages after their monuments shall have crumbled to dust. I refer to the Wellington and Nelson monuments, and the Albert Memorial. Sarcasm. The Albert Memorial is the finest monument in the world, and celebrates the existence of as commonplace a person as good luck ever lifted out of obscurity. The library at the British Museum I find particularly astounding. I have read there hours together, and hardly made an impression on it. I revere that library. It is the author's friend. I don't care how mean a book is, it always takes one copy. A copy of every book printed in Great Britain must by law be sent to the British Museum, a law much complained of by publishers. And then every day that author goes there to gaze at that book, and is encouraged to go on in the good work. And what a touching sight it is of a Saturday morning to see the poor, careworn clergymen gathered together in that vast reading-room, cabbaging sermons for Sunday. You will pardon my referring to these things. Everything in this monster city interests me, and I cannot keep from talking, even at the risk of being instructive. People here seem always to express distances by parables. To a stranger it is just a little confusing to be so parabolic, so to speak. I collar a citizen, and I think I am going to get some valuable information out of him. I ask him how far it is to Birmingham, and he says it is 21 shillings and sixpence. Now, we know that doesn't help a man who is trying to learn. I find myself downtown somewhere, and I want to get some sort of idea where I am, being usually lost when alone, and I stop a citizen and say, "How far is it to Charing Cross?" "Shilling fare in a cab," and off he goes. I suppose if I were to ask a Londoner how far it is from the sublime to the ridiculous, he would try to express it in coin. But I am trespassing upon your time with these geological statistics and historical reflections. I will not longer keep you from your orgies. 'Tis a real pleasure for me to be here, and I thank you for it. The name of the Savage Club is associated in my mind with the kindly interest and the friendly offices which you lavished upon an old friend of mine, who came among you a stranger, and you opened your English hearts to him and gave him welcome and a home. Artemus Ward. Asking that you will join me, I give you his memory. End of About London by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 102 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Princeton by Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. Mr. Clemens spent several days in May 1901 in Princeton, New Jersey, as the guest of Lawrence Hutton. He gave a reading one evening before a large audience composed of university students and professors. Before the reading, Mr. Clemens said, "I feel exceedingly surreptitious in coming down here without an announcement of any kind. I do not want to see any advertisements around, for the reason that I'm not a lecturer any longer. I reformed long ago, and I break over and commit this sin only just one time this year. And that is moderate, I think, for a person of my disposition. It is not my purpose to lecture any more as long as I live. I never intend to stand up on a platform any more, unless by the request of a sheriff or something like that." End of Princeton by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 103 of Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The St. Louis Harbor Boat, Mark Twain, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. The Countess de Rochambeau christened the St. Louis harbor boat Mark Twain in honor of Mr. Clemens, June 6, 1902. Just before the luncheon he acted as pilot. "Lower away, lad!" boomed out the voice of the pilot. "Mark Twain, 4·5 1/2 6 feet," replied the leadsman below. You are all dead safe as long as I have the wheel, but this is my last time at the wheel."
At the luncheon, Mr. Clemens made a short address.
"First of all, no. Second of all, I wish to offer my thanks for the honor done me by naming this last rose of summer of the Mississippi Valley for me, this boat which represents a perished interest which I fortified long ago, but did not save its life. And, in the first place, I wish to thank the Countess de Rochambeau for the honor she has done me in presiding at this christening. I believe that it is peculiarly appropriate that I should be allowed the privilege of joining my voice with the general voice of St. Louis and Missouri in welcoming to the Mississippi Valley and this part of the continent these illustrious visitors from France. When La Salle came down this river a century and a quarter ago, there was nothing on its banks but savages. He opened up this great river, and by his simple act was gathered in this great Louisiana territory. I would have done it myself for half the money."
End of The St. Louis Harbor Boat, Mark Twain, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. This is section 104 of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 70th Birthday by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Address at a dinner given by Colonel George Harvey at Delmonico's, December 5, 1905, to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Mr. Clemens' birth. Mr. Howells introduced Mr. Clemens.
"Now, ladies and gentlemen, and Colonel Harvey, I will try not to be greedy on your behalf in wishing the health of our honored and, in view of his great age, our revered guest. I will not say, 'O King, live forever,' but 'O King, live as long as you like.'" Amid great applause and waving of napkins, all rise and drink to Mark Twain. Well, if I made that joke, it is the best one I ever made, and it is in the prettiest language, too. I never can get quite to that height, but I appreciate that joke, and I shall remember it, and I shall use it when occasion requires. I have had a great many birthdays in my time. I remember the first one very well, and I always think of it with indignation. Everything was so crude, unesthetic, primeval. Nothing like this at all. No proper appreciative preparation made, nothing really ready. Now, for a person born with high and delicate instincts, why, even the cradle wasn't whitewashed. Nothing ready at all. I hadn't any hair. I hadn't any teeth. I hadn't any clothes. I had to go to my first banquet just like that. Well, everybody came swarming in. It was the merest little bit of a village, hardly that, just a little hamlet in the backwoods of Missouri, where nothing ever happened, and the people were all interested, and they all came. They looked me over to see if there was anything fresh in my line. Why, nothing ever happened in that village. Why, I was the only thing that had really happened there for months and months and months, and although I say it myself that shouldn't, I came the nearest to being a real event that had happened in that village in more than 2 years. Well, those people came. They came with that curiosity which is so provincial, with that frankness which also is so provincial, and they examined me all around and gave their opinion. Nobody asked them, and I shouldn't have minded if anybody had paid me a compliment, but nobody did. Their opinions were all just green with prejudice, and I feel those opinions to this day. Well, I stood that as long as—well, you know, I was born courteous, and I stood it to the limit. I stood it an hour, and then the worm turned. I was the worm. It was my turn to turn, and I turned. I knew very well the strength of my position. I knew that I was the only spotlessly pure and innocent person in that whole town, and I came out and said so, and they could not say a word. It was so true. They blushed. They were embarrassed. Well, that was the first after-dinner speech I ever made. I think it was after dinner. It's a long stretch between that first birthday speech and this one. That was my cradle song, and this is my swan song, I suppose. I am used to swan songs. I have sung them several times. This is my 70th birthday, and I wonder if you all rise to the size of that proposition, realizing all the significance of that phrase, 70th birthday. The 70th birthday! It is the time of life when you arrive at a new and awful dignity, when you may throw aside the decent reserves which have oppressed you for a generation, and stand unafraid and unabashed upon your seven-terraced summit, and look down and teach, unrebuked. You can tell the world how you got there. It is what they all do. You shall never get tired of telling by what delicate arts and deep moralities you climbed up to that great place. You will explain the process and dwell on the particulars with senile rapture. I have been anxious to explain my own system this long time, and now, at last, I have the right. I have achieved my 70 years in the usual way, by sticking strictly to a scheme of life which would kill anybody else. It sounds like an exaggeration, but that is really the common rule for attaining to old age. When we examine the program of any of these garrulous old people, we always find that the habits which have preserved them would have decayed us, that the way of life which enabled them to live upon the property of their heirs so long, as Mr. Choate says, would have put us out of commission ahead of time. I will offer here as a sound maxim this: that we can't reach old age by another man's road. I will now teach, offering my way of life to whomsoever desires to commit suicide by the scheme which has enabled me to beat the doctor and the hangman for 70 years. Some of the details may sound untrue, but they are not. I am not here to deceive. I am here to teach. We have no permanent habits until we are 40. Then we begin to harden. Presently they petrify. Then business begins. Since 40 I have been regular about going to bed and getting up, and that is one of the main things. I have made it a rule to go to bed when there wasn't anybody left to sit up with, and I have made it a rule to get up when I had to. This has resulted in an unswerving regularity of irregularity. It has saved me sound, but it would injure another person. In the matter of diet, which is another main thing, I have been persistently strict in sticking to the things which didn't agree with me until one or the other of us got the best of it. Until lately I got the best of it myself. But last spring I stopped frolicking with mince pie after midnight. Up to then I had always believed it wasn't loaded. For 30 years I have taken coffee and bread at 8 in the morning, and no bite nor sup until 7:30 in the evening, 11 hours. That is all right for me, and is wholesome, because I have never had a headache in my life. But headachy people would not reach 70 comfortably by that road, and they would be foolish to try it. And I wish to urge upon you this, which I think is wisdom, that if you find you can't make 70 by any but an uncomfortable road, don't you go. When they take off the Pullman and retire you to the rancid smoker, put on your things, count your checks, and get out at the first way station where there's a cemetery. I have made it a rule never to smoke more than one cigar at a time. I have no other restriction as regards smoking. I do not know just when I began to smoke. I only know that it was in my father's lifetime, and that I was discreet. He passed from this life early in 1847, when I was a shade past 11. Ever since then I have smoked publicly. As an example to others, and not that I care for moderation myself, it has always been my rule never to smoke when asleep, and never to refrain when awake. It is a good rule. I mean, for me. But some of you know quite well that it wouldn't answer for everybody that's trying to get to be 70. I smoke in bed until I have to go to sleep. I wake up in the night, sometimes once, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times, and I never waste any of these opportunities to smoke. This habit is so old and dear and precious to me that I would feel as you, sir, would feel if you should lose the only moral you've got, meaning the chairman, if you've got one. I am making no charges. I will grant here that I have stopped smoking now and then, for a few months at a time, but it was not on principle, it was only to show off. It was to pulverize those critics who said I was a slave to my habits and couldn't break my bonds. Today it is all of 60 years since I began to smoke the limit. I have never bought cigars with life belts around them. I early found that those were too expensive for me. I have always bought cheap cigars, reasonably cheap at any rate. 60 years ago they cost me $4 a barrel, but my taste has improved latterly, and I pay 7 now. 6 or 7. 7, I think. Yes, it's 7. But that includes the barrel. I often have smoking parties at my house, but the people that come have always just taken the pledge. I wonder why that is. As for drinking, I have no rule about that. When the others drink, I like to help. Otherwise I remain dry, by habit and preference. This dryness does not hurt me, but it could easily hurt you, because you are different. You let it alone. Since I was 7 years old I have seldom taken a dose of medicine and have still seldomer needed one, but up to 7 I lived exclusively on allopathic medicines. Not that I needed them, for I don't think I did. It was for economy. My father took a drug-store for a debt, and it made cod-liver oil cheaper than the other breakfast foods. We had 9 barrels of it, and it lasted me 7 years. Then I was weaned. The rest of the family had to get along with rhubarb and ipecac and such things, because I was the pet. I was the first Standard Oil Trust. I had it all. By the time the drug-store was exhausted, my health was established, and there has never been much the matter with me since. But you know very well it would be foolish for the average child to start for 70 on that basis. It happened to be just the thing for me, but that was merely an accident. It couldn't happen again in a century. I have never taken any exercise except sleeping and resting, and I never intend to take any. Exercise is loathsome, and it cannot be any benefit when you are tired, and I was always tired. But let another person try my way, and see where he will come out. I desire now to repeat and emphasize that maxim. We can't reach old age by another man's road. My habits protect my life, but they would assassinate you. I have lived a severely moral life, but it would be a mistake for other people to try that, or for me to recommend it. Very few would succeed. You have to have a perfectly colossal stock of morals, and you can't get them on a margin. You have to have the whole thing and put them in your box. Morals are an acquirement, like music, like a foreign language, like piety, poker, paralysis. No man is born with them. I wasn't myself. I started poor. I hadn't a single moral. There is hardly a man in this house that is poorer than I was then. Yes, I started like that. The world before me, not a moral in the slot. Not even an insurance moral. I can remember the first one I ever got. I can remember the landscape, the weather, I can remember how everything looked. It was an old moral, an old second-hand moral, all out of repair and didn't fit anyway. But if you are careful with a thing like that, and keep it in a dry place, and save it for processions and chautauquas and World's Fairs and so on, and disinfect it now and then, and give it a fresh coat of whitewash once in a while, you will be surprised to see how well she will last and how long she will keep sweet, or at least inoffensive. When I got that moldy old moral, she had stopped growing, because she hadn't any exercise. But I worked her hard. I worked her Sundays and all. Under this cultivation she waxed in might and stature beyond belief, and served me well and was my pride and joy for 63 years. Then she got to associating with insurance presidents, and lost flesh and character, and was a sorrow to look at and no longer competent for business. She was a great loss to me. Yet not all loss. I sold her. Ah, pathetic skeleton as she was, I sold her to Leopold, the pirate king of Belgium. He sold her to our Metropolitan Museum, and it was very glad to get her, for without a rag on, she stands 57 feet long and 16 feet high, and they think she's a brontosaur. Well, she looks it. They believe it will take 19 geological periods to breed her match. Morals are of inestimable value, for every man is born crammed with sin microbes, and the only thing that can extirpate these sin microbes is morals. Now, you take a sterilized Christian. I mean, you take the sterilized Christian, for there's only one. Dear sir, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. 60 years and 10. It is the scriptural statute of limitations. After that, you owe no active duties. For you the strenuous life is over. You are a time-expired man, to use Kipling's military phrase. You have served your term, well or less well, and you are mustered out. You are become an honorary member of the Republic. You are emancipated. Compulsions are not for you, nor any bugle call but lights out. You pay the time-worn duty bills if you choose, or decline if you prefer, and without prejudice, for they are not legally collectible. The previous engagement plea, which in 40 years has cost you so many twinges, you can lay aside forever. On this side of the grave you will never need it again. If you shrink at thought of night, and winter, and the late homecoming from the banquet, and the lights and the laughter through the deserted streets, a desolation which would not remind you now, as for a generation it did, that your friends are sleeping, and you must creep in a tiptoe and not disturb them, but would only remind you that you need not tiptoe. You can never disturb them more if you shrink at thought of these things. You need only reply, "Your invitation honors me and pleases me because you still keep me in your remembrance, but I am 70, and would nestle in the chimney corner, and smoke my pipe, and read my book, and take my rest, wishing you well in all affection, and that when you in your return shall arrive at Pier number 70, you may step aboard your waiting ship with a reconciled spirit and lay your course toward the sinking sun with a contented heart."
End of 70th Birthday by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. And end of Mark Twain Speeches by Mark Twain.